assume the position. Good morning.
Good morning.
There are no apologies received. Motion is going to accept. With no apologies, we're going to move to electronic link. I've been a request from Councillor Dalton, who is sadly getting over a knee operation, and Councillor Newman, who's disappeared for a while. And move and seconder to accept them, Darby and Fuli. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. While we wait for them to join, a couple of reminders before we start. The meeting is being live webcast. Please be present in the meeting. Ensure your phone is turned off or at least silent. We're doing things a little different today for a number of reasons. The Officer of the Auditor General is here and they only have a limited time, despite they have unlimited costs, but still. The order of the business of the meeting will be items 1, 2 and 3, followed by 15 and 16 with public excluded. We'll do the confidential items C 1, 2, 3 and 4. Once that has been completed, we'll reopen to the public. We have our councillors online now, I believe, and the press has been informed that we will be starting in secrecy and told to come along a bit later. Now my heart am I. It's with much araha and sadness that we have to acknowledge the recent passing of Kaumātua and rangatira Grant Hawke, a much respected leader of Ngāti Whātua Auraki and Tamaki Makaurau. Grant was a rangatira who stood with purpose, determination and resolution when working in the areas of kaitiakitanga, land protest and land settlement, speaking to protect and preserve the environment. Matua Grant stood at the forefront of the advocacy of his people alongside his tuakuna, Joe Hawke, who I knew quite well. Nō reira e ta rangatira e Grant, moi mai i roto i ta tātou ia matua kiore, haere atu rā ki o tini tupuna matua me nā tini whanonga, haere ki a roto mā, haere atu rā, hure noa kia a toto katoa te hanga ora ki a tātou, tēnā koutou katoa. Deputy Mayor, would you like to say a few words as the Auraki representative before we stand for a moment's silence?
Thank you, Your Worship. E te rangatira moi mai rā. Pakihana Grant Hawke, or Papa Grant as he was known, was a man to be reckoned with, an aspirational yet realistic, humble and yet unafraid to stand his ground. He knew when to reconcile and when to fight, and always his drive was for better outcomes for his people. His leadership was visible across Tamaki Makaurau, especially in Ōrākei. He was the inaugural chair of the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Reserves Board, guiding the guardianship of Takaparawhau following their treaty settlement. He recognised its history, safeguarded its future, and helped shape the enduring partnership with Auckland Council that stands today. The respect he earned across governance, management and the community over many, many years is immense. But Grant's journey began long before the boardroom. There are stories of him as a boy swimming in the polluted waters of Okahu Bay, playing among the sewage outfall where the local kids would pick up condoms off the beach and catapult them at each other. It was only later, after the heartbreaking loss of cousins to disease, that he saw the danger for what it was. At just 16 years old, he stood before the Auckland Drainage Board and said in plain words, "Get your crap out of the water." That moment set him on a lifelong course for better water quality in our city. From the drains of Auckland to the forums of government, he never stopped challenging, never stopped working to restore the health and land and waters, knowing that they were the lifeblood of his people. Water became his calling and a metaphor and a reflection for the well-being of the people of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. Grant's activism was courageous. He was there at Bastion Point, standing with his whānau for 506 days, enduring arrest and imprisonment, not for himself, but for his people and their future. His convictions cost him, but they also forged his mana, giving him a voice heard across marae, councils, conservation boards, and even on the world stage. He could be tough, but his style of leadership was grounded in humility, quiet strength, and respect. Those who knew him well speak of a man who inspired without demanding, who taught by example, who combined Māori and Pākehā perspectives to build bridges where others only saw divides. Grant's legacy will endure in the land and the waters he fought to protect, in the example he set for young leaders, and in the whānau and mokopuna who carry his aspirations forward. He often said he wanted to give his children and grandchildren a better start than he had, and he has. Grant lived a good life, a great life, and through his mahi, his vision, and his araha, his influence will continue to ripple outwards like the waters in Ōkahu Bay. Moi mai rā e te rangatira. Rest well, knowing your people will carry your kaupapa on. Please stand for a minute's silence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes, mover and seconder, please. Somebody rather. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sayers. All those in favour, please say aye. We're going to move to items 15 and 16. This is an open process item. The draft report will be adopted later and confidential ahead of the release to the NZX. Tracy, could you just go through the process with us, please?
Tēnā koutou katoa. We finished preparing the annual report and we'll be looking for your approval of it later in the meeting. It's a key accountability document that provides transparency of our performance against our commitments and targets that we set in the LTP. You've all been provided with copies of these documents, which we will discuss in the confidential section of the meeting. Following that, you'll hear from the Auditor General's representatives who've audited the reports. We plan to release the annual report on via the NZX website first thing tomorrow morning. And we will notify you once this has happened. Until then, we do ask that you keep confidential any content that wasn't covered in our quarterly performance report, as it's not yet public. I'll take the paper as read and invite any questions.
No questions, so now what? Mover and second of it, that we just note the preparation. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Henderson, in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried forward. Item 16 as well, process to make board appointments to Tamaki Redevelopment Company. James is coming to the front. Inform me about the process. Off you go, James.
Tēnā koutou. Very briefly, the purpose of this report is to provide public information about the process to make an appointment to the board of Tamaki Redevelopment Company, with an appointment recommendation to be considered in the confidential part of this meeting. This is a joint process with central government and is subject to separate approval by them. Thank you.
Your Worship, it's Councillor Newman. I'm happy to move this.
Thank you. I'll second it if that we're happy to move it. We'll just note the process. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary.
Aye.
Thank you very much for that. What we'll do is then we'll... right. Now we have to go into secrecy to deal with these things. So do I have a mover and a second of it? The public will be excluded. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Henderson in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Right, everybody in the room, shut the door. Okay. Public input, we had one request for public input from Dr. Grant Hewison of the local alcohol policy, which was declined under Standing Order 77.2. You cannot speak to more than one meeting, and he spoke to regulatory and safety in July. Thank goodness for that. Local input, none received. Extraordinary items, none known. And the status update on action decisions from the governing body. It's an information paper only. Everyone prepared to move that we accept that, please? Hills and Fletcher, thank you very much. In favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you very much. Now, item 8, Auckland Future Fund. I'd like to welcome Megan Holly and Christopher Swasbrook. Oh, and we've got Bishop and a few others here. Very good indeed. Councillor Fletcher, thank you for your work. Would you like to say anything about this?
No, just what a privilege it has been to be the lead councillor with the Auckland Future Fund in this term of council, and the great confidence that I have in the chair, directors, and a particular thanks again to Megan Holly for the outstanding work. So I'm looking forward to them outlining for you the SIPO and the decisions of the board that have been taken, and I know that the chair is happy to take any questions at the end of his presentation. And I'm happy to move.
Okay, you can move that, and it'll be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. And we'll invite Mr. Swasbrook to address us.
Oh, I'll start it.
Position there, Megan.
Oh, tēnā koutou.
Title, how did you get the Treasury Investments Relationship Manager? Gosh, I always dreamed of rising that high in the world.
She deserves every single one of them.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This item is to present the Future Fund's Statement of Investment Policy and Objectives. It sets out the framework that is required for the fund to be investing. It's been prepared by Mapua Wealth, and there's been a lot of involvement with Fontobel, the investment manager, and so the board has worked with both of those parties and some council staff as well to ensure that the policies outlined will meet the long-term targets of the fund, and as well as other deliverables and compliance. So council, legal and treasury staff have reviewed and provided input into this first draft, and we're recommending that the council support the draft as it is. The SIPO will be reviewed by the board annually, and the council will have an opportunity to provide input on that every year as well. Otherwise, I'll take the report as read, and obviously we have the chair here for any comments or questions.
One thing I would add, if I may, is some of you might be wondering why it took so long to get a SIPO done. You have to remember that SIPO is a document that you need to engage with your investment manager on, and we appointed the investment manager, so then you engage. Of course, a lot of work had been done on the SIPO, but to finalise it and to think about it with your investment manager is absolutely critical to drive the outcome, the long-term outcomes that you're looking for. So that is a reason why we're dealing with this today and not dealing with it before. It does not make sense to drag the proverbial cart before the horse. So with that, I'm open to any questions you have.
Is that all we're hearing, or we go to questions? I've got Councillor Ferry's got a question. What to do with her $1 billion that she's just discovered?
Not yet. Maybe I should buy a lotto ticket. Kia ora. My question was around the responsible investment stuff, and in particular, I had a lot of questions through recent months around investment in companies associated with the Israeli war effort, shall we say, putting that diplomatically. So I just wondered, I guess, a little bit from you on how the responsible investment policy lines up with not investing in the creation of products of war and things like that, because I know that's already covered, but I wondered if you could explain how that applies to the Future Fund, please. Thank you.
Sure. There's basically 3 levels of exclusions, and I'll just talk you through them. There's level 1, universal exclusions, applies across all investment solutions that we may invest in. targeted exclusions, the most controversial activities and sectors, which obviously touches on what you were just talking about. And then level 3, advanced exclusions, a stricter set of exclusions, including alignment with requirements outlined by the Paris-aligned benchmark regulation and among other higher standards. We have spoken to Von Tobel specifically about the situation that you refer to, and they are aware of a number of lists and databases that track corporate involvement in activities connected to Gaza and the West Bank. They're carefully monitoring those lists and ensuring that as best we can, we don't result in investing into something that would be controversial. And priority obviously remains to manage this portfolio as responsibly as possible. So when we have direct investments, it's much easier to control that. Sometimes when you're invested in an index fund, it's you know, there are index funds with exclusions and we try to go there, but it's not always possible when you are investing in global index funds. Now, there's a reason for investing in global index. It's a lower cost investment solution and suits in some situations. But we are acutely aware of Gaza and the West Bank, and will do our darndest, if I could be so short, to ensure that we don't transgress.
Thank you, and that's reassuring. Just to, I guess, signal now that that's something that I intend to, if I'm in a position to do so, next term, once we actually start, investing directly and indirectly, I'm keen to continue to monitor. So it would be good if that's something that was actively on the radar and reported back on. I'd really appreciate that in the future. Kia ora.
Absolutely on the radar.
Thank you.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I probably normally wouldn't ask you this question, but because it's this part of the election cycle, there are mayoral candidates out on the campaign trail at the moment, perhaps giving some misinformation about the way that you're remunerated. Basically, they're saying quite convincingly to the public that you take 2% of the return, right? So therefore, I just want to give the opportunity. We are in a public forum here. I just want to allow you the opportunity to explain as much as you'd like to around how your firm's actually remunerated.
I'm absolutely happy to explain how we're remunerated, and it is certainly not 2%. Let's be very clear. The directors of the Auckland Future Fund are only paid the salaries that you have approved as the governing body and the related entities under the local authority. Well, I'm not privy to exactly what legislative piece, but we are paid salaries. That's clearly disclosed in our annual report. There are no 2% fees or anything like that. It is just simply, if I could be so bold, preposterous to say that, and just factually incorrect. So please, if it's on the record and I'm on TV, I welcome that, because that is incorrect.
So I take it you're withdrawing your application to join the board now. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Christopher. Christopher, just following that discussion about the responsible investment policy, that policy's there, but I take the point about index funds. It's really hard to go, well, no, I can't take that part of your fund. I just want the other 98%. So in terms of the responsible investment policy, when you approach those and you look at the fund mix, if you're going for an investment fund in part, you'll have a scan of it and you go, now this is a bit overweight in, I don't know, X, Y, and Z. They're contributing to these munitions programs. We're out of there. We won't be going there. So is it? I guess what I'm getting to, that the world is a fast changing place, and your area is fast changing. So the responsible investment policy I'm assuming is like a foundation, it's a bottom line, but there are other eyes on things as well. I take a company like Palantir, you know, the American tech company. You can say, well, that's a tech company, we're just investing in a tech company, but they're actually a military company in many respects. So you would identify that and go, no, that doesn't stack up. What I'm getting at is I'm assuming that the responsible investment policy is the foundation, but your eyes are on the current.
You are quite right, Councillor Darby, and the responsible investment policy is a foundation, and this is why the responsible investment policy is clearly linked within the SIPO for the investment manager. One of the things that we did with Von Tobler is they are much more focused on direct investment, and therefore you can meet the requirements of versus an index fund much easier. A company like Palantir, as you know, they started out working with money from the CIA and have expanded their footprint to the global defence industry, and that is a hard company to exclude because it's in the S&P 500, and if we have an index fund for a period of time, they don't actually make, as far as I'm aware, an index fund that excludes Palantir for that reason. So yes, initially, you have to grapple with all of these things. And for a period of time, as we invest, and as the investment manager migrates to a more direct situation, we weren't willing to go to a direct investment situation initially. And we're doing a hybrid situation where we'll have some index and some direct, and we'll move much more to direct where you can have a position statement like Von Tobel does on nature, a position statement on climate change, a clear exclusion list. So one of the reasons why we went for Von Tobel, because it can be more tailor-made in that respect. But to your point, initially we will have some index funds. They are conscious of our exclusions and conscious of the issues that you raise. It's tough with a company like Palantir being in the S&P 500.
Yeah. Okay, I'll leave that with you. I trust it's in your very capable hands, and I'm confident you have the tune of the council on that one. Thank you. Just in terms of the target rate of return, the 724, and then the distribution of the 524, and then there's an assumption there of 2% inflation. How you've worked this up too with talking to Von Tobel? So I sort of wondered how you arrived at 2%, which seems quite low considering that, over the last 2 years, the average, we're talking general inflation here is 2.74%, and over the last 20 years, it's been 2.52. I'm speaking from not wanting to see this fund eroded. I want to see this fund grow exponentially. Can you just tell us how you got to the 2%, or is that just an indicator number and one that would be updated if we go into a high-inflation environment?
We didn't arrive at those numbers. We were given those numbers by the council. So if you asked me, you're exactly right. We wouldn't be saying 2% because it's in the high inflation environment that we're in at the moment. You're going back, other than the market return. If you think about that's your inflation compensation, you're going backwards on that basis. So you've got to have your market returns kicking in. But that is not us. That's what we inherited.
If I could just add to that, the reason for the 2% was that's the midpoint of the Reserve Bank's target range of 1 to 3%. So that's the long-term assumption about the average rate of inflation.
Okay. I'm hearing from Christopher maybe a slightly different point of view.
Well, I think in 3 years' time, if we were to come back at the table, we might have, let's see what happens, but we might have a different discussion depending on where inflation rates have finally arrived at. We've got a new Reserve Bank governor, so
yeah.
And she's very focused on inflation targeting, she's told us, so here's hoping she does her job.
I'm just going to flag that one. That's for others to consider at at a future council, but councillors, I think, as I said last time when we discussed this, this fund I see as being way north of where it is at the moment in the future, in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And I'll leave that inflation rate for others to consider when it comes up next.
Councillor Filipina, please.
Kia ora he mana. Thank you, Chair. Atamari koutou. Possibly two questions. First one, in the early conversations that we had around the Auckland Future Fund, there was talk about other assets within council going in to the Auckland Future Fund. Is that conversation still happening around other assets? Supplementary to that is, what would those assets possibly be, please?
We've been focused at the moment on the job that's at hand, and that is investing the funds that we have at this point in time and putting in place an investment manager, and that's what we've been focused on. In terms of other money, you obviously gave us the other $45 million that you received as a result of the maritime holdings sale from the ports of Auckland. So that's the extent that I can comment on at the moment.
Supplementary then, do you think when this SIPO is renewed, for want of a better term, every June, that at some stage those assets that you may be talking about could be placed in that? Before that, I need to ask, has there been any conversations with you and your board around any of the assets that possibly could be put into this? I mean, if it's confidential, fine, at least let me know if it is. And then I go back to the third question that I asked around, should it be put in here every June around any assets that we have within council to go into the Auckland Future Fund?
There's been no discussion at our boardroom table around other assets. As I said, the job at hand has been to invest post the sale of the Auckland Airport shares. Any other assets is clearly a discussion and decision for the Auckland Council, not the Auckland Future Fund Board. So in terms of your question around a SIPO, of course it could be amended to achieve a particular outcome, whatever the council decides. But at the end of the day, that it would clearly be a council decision around city assets.
Kia ora. And then question again to you, Phil. Can you confirm that if there are any assets that may well go into the Auckland Future Fund, that there will be a discussion with the governing body around any of those assets that could potentially go into the Auckland Future Fund?
Yes, I endorse what Chris has said. That's a decision for the governing body, and John might help me here in terms of the time frame, but there is an outstanding resolution for us to meet by way of giving you advice about what if any options exist in that. So it's coming back to you.
If I just could add to that, so that'll be brought back to you to inform the next annual plan.
Look, thank you. I just want to make sure there is a process in place and that process is adhered to. That's all. Killed up. Thank you.
Good question, huh? Okay, that's the end of those. No further questions, so in that case, well, I'll put the motion, which was...
Before you put the motion,
I'm sorry.
again, can we convey our thanks and on behalf of the local boards who have benefited from the Fix and Finish Fund, I know that they would have us pass on the gratitude to you for the opportunity be able to complete a lot of projects across Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you for attending. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you for your attention and best wishes, Mr. Swathrook.
Thank you very much.
Right. The proposed, item 9 is the proposed promotion of a local bill to amend Auckland Domain Act 1987. This appears to be yet another thing where Wellington has interfered with Auckland. We can't even extend the right of the local tennis club to play on a bloody domain, which seems quite beyond. We need 120 MPs in Wellington to decide this. Does it sound sensible to anybody else? I'm going to pass this to the long-suffering Deputy Mayor who's been fighting her way through the thicket of ridiculous bloody rules at Auckland at Domain. And welcome Katerina Marinkovic and Philip. No, you're not Philippa Carroll. No. What the hell happened to you? We live in inclusive times. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to this? And you can.
I will, and then staff, if you want to back me up, that'd be great. So just to get to the point, the Domain is one of, Pukekohe Auckland Domain is one of Auckland's most treasured public spaces. And one of the few parks in New Zealand, though, with its own Act of Parliament, as the Mayor's referred to. The Domain Act ensures that land cannot be sold or used for residential development and must be retained for public recreation and the benefit of Aucklanders. However, the current legislation is a bit restrictive. It doesn't allow leases to be extended or reissued once they expire. So this creates a real uncertainty for the current tenants and their ability to invest in facilities that benefit the public. If no changes are made, groups that add value to the Domain could face the prospect of simply running out of time, even where they have strong community programs and clear plans for the future. So examples of this are the Auckland Bowling Club, the oldest bowling club in the country. It's just invested $300,000 in a new lawn and is planning on nearly a $2 million investment in an all-weather cover. Their current lease is only 7 years left, and without certainty they cannot commit further investment. They also play a big role in developing youth participation in the sport there. Parnell's Tennis Club continues to invest in local people and facilities, strengthening community sport. Auckland Tennis, you will remember that we've just given them $1.5 million grant support, is preparing to build a cover over the Manukau Drive arena. And their lease runs to 2061, but future certainty is important for them as well. And then, of course, the wonderful Winter Garden Cafe, a well-loved amenity for visitors to the park, has a lease expiring in 2028. So these changes will not alter the fundamental protections of the Domain. The land will remain in public ownership and for recreation only. What they will do is provide certainty, encourage ongoing investment, and ensure the Domain continues to be a place enjoyed by Aucklanders and visitors for generations to come. So supporting these amendments is about safeguarding the balance between preserving the Domain as a public space and enabling community partners to keep investing in facilities that benefit us all. I'm happy to move, Your Worship. Anything you want to add? Great. Questions? Councillor Foley.
Philippina has a question, and then I have one.
Kia ora, Hermana. Just for clarification's sake, number 18, if you have a look at the agenda for number 18, on our agenda, and it relates to the Auckland Rugby League, are there two leases that you're referring to in here? Because you've got the Auckland Rugby League, and then you've got, in the last paragraph, the former rugby lease site. I don't know whether there's two sites you're referring to in 18. Is that a misprint when it should be the rugby league lease site? That's my clarification.
Thank you. Through the chair. Now, my report refers to the previous rugby league lease that has expired.
Can you speak a bit more into the microphone?
Oh, excuse me. Through the chair, my report refers in section 8, paragraph 18, to the lease which has expired in 2002 to the Auckland Rugby League.
And then what you've got, the next sentence is the former rugby lease site.
Yes, that's the same.
That's the same one.
Yes.
So well, that's all. Rugby league lease site That's why I'm
Yes.
putting it out. I got
Yes.
confused with that you've got a rugby league site and a rugby site.
Yes.
That's why I'm putting that out. Yeah, so it'll confuse. If it confused me, it'll confuse the public.
Sure, thank you. Yes, excuse me for that. That was an error, and it should be the rugby league. Yes.
League. All you have to do is add league. So there's not two. That's very important.
Yes.
Sensitive little hothouse flower there, aren't you, eh? Councillor Philly.
Kia ora, thank you. Just a question. In 1987, when the Act was made, was there any rationale given for why they didn't put in there a right of renewal or, something in there about? Because it seems like that wasn't. Was there any rationale given for that?
Can we just hear from the officers?
Thank you, through the chair. That's a good question. I actually am not sure what the rationale was for restricting leases at that time in 1987. I can only imagine that those were the existing occupants of the domain, and there would have been, I guess, yes, indeed, some lobbying through those various entities to secure their tenure, given that they own the buildings.
Yeah, kia ora. It's just that it is unusual for a lease arrangement like that. Usually
Yes.
there'd be a right of renewal or something like that in the lease agreement, in the deed. So my next question is, if this doesn't go through, what sort of opportunities would it create for other groups? Is there an ability to go out for an expression of interest for others to lease space? Is that included in the Act?
Just to clarify that question through the chair, are you saying if this move did not go through, if this
if this resolution doesn't go through, doesn't pass, what happens?
Through the chair, so if, as we've recommended, this does not go through, there won't be any further ability or power of the council to lease any sites in the domain.
To anyone? Oh, okay, that's a very unusual. Whoever wrote that, I think you should, tell them off. Kia ora.
Should have used you as the lawyer, I agree. Good bit of advertising. Alf, would you like to say something more, please?
Yeah, just one more part. Sorry, Herman. Again, kia ora to you both. Number 8, just concerned about iwi. How did we explore the iwi response back to this particular item? How was that sought? Because I find it unusual that whether it be Ngāti Whātua or Rake, or even the other 18 mana whenua, I just wanted to sort of see, because this saying no response, no nothing. Have you got any response to that, please? Kia ora. Not less the Deputy Mayor has, but I'll it's like watching a tennis match. Where am I going to go?
Shall I comment first? Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we did email all of the iwi who were identified as having an interest in the domain by email, and as we've noted in the report, we did not receive any responses either supporting or opposing. We also advised the iwi that there was also a consultation process, public, general public consultation, which we also did. So they had, and we advised them that they had the opportunity to, provide feedback through that channel. We didn't receive any feedback, although I understand through the Domain Committee that we do have a rep on that committee from the Ngāti Whātua Auraki.
Correct.
Deputy
So
Mayor,
Councillor Ngarimu Blair is a member of the Domain Committee who approved the recommendations prior to coming to here.
Good question and good answer.
Yep, I knew he was, but I'm assuming that they have no issue.
No, he voted for.
Pardon?
The Domain Committee unanimously approved the recommendations before they've come here.
I just,
All right,
with this, sorry, Herman, with this, it should be put in here. It honestly, it should be, I mean, even if you go to the iwi views, but look, I'm commenting now, so I'll shut up. Kia ora.
okay. I have some former interest in this. My marriage many years ago was celebrated at the Wintergarten Cafe. Given the fact that we've got government acts considering even leasing, what happens when these poor blokes go and get a grog licence? Do we have to go back to Parliament to get that checked? I mean, leasing's not much, but I've been anything to getting a licence is turning out to be a monumental problem.
Well, as far as alcohol licences go, there's a special regulatory process for that, as I understand it. And I expect that if the cafe wanted to, I'm not sure if they do.
So you don't. So that there's a principal property advisor, which we've got several of the next 3 items, which leads me to my other question to the CEO. These are all pretty small beer, and I am going to talk about getting them all brought together, but I would like to understand just exactly what our property staff structure is. We have a principal property advisor, a principal community lease advisor, a general manager of property, and a director of resilience and structure on that one there. We then have a different strategic property specialist. The next one, a team leader portfolio review, and a head of optimisation, acquisitions and disposal, which is a glorious title. And then following that, we've got yet another principal property advisor and a director of portfolio management. So can we make a note amongst everything so that we can get a clear understanding of how
Your
how
Worship,
confused this is?
I'm happy to do that, but you know, a little bit of a defence here. Auckland Council has the second biggest property portfolio in the country. I'm not going to make an apology for the fact that it needs to be well resourced.
I wasn't suggesting that, but seeing it is the second biggest property portfolio in the country, I'd like to understand how it's resourced. That's all. No particular questions about individuals, just the titles and the numbers and how they fit together. Okay, any further discussion on this? It appears not to be, so, oh yes, Councillor Darby, putting the boot on his last day.
I just want to point out, I did raise this question of we did not get any iwi feedback at a previous item. I think it was the last governing body, and I think it was a disposal in that instance. And the question that Councillor Filipaina raises about paragraph 8 again concerns me. And so, Chief Executive, I do think we need to do better. You can't just wait for the email to come in, or we can't wait for the email to come in, or you know, feedback to arrive. If it doesn't arrive, the iwi and hapu are really stressed in their planning teams, and we've got to close that loop. We've got to close that loop in a better way. Now, I think it's Pukikawa is the maunga, the volcanic cone. That is an important cultural landscape. It is, as the Deputy Mayor well knows. And I think this is a significant place for Māori, and we all know that. And then paragraph 8 sort of just, in some ways, forgets about that importance. So going forward, can we please, Chief Executive, make sure we close that loop on, you know, getting the feedback. There might be good reasons why they can't provide the feedback, but it's got to be closed off better than how it's summarised at paragraph 8.
Oh, I take of that. I mean, the experience at Mangawhau railway station is a horror story in not talking to the right people at the right time. Councillor Filipina again.
First time speaking. But Herman, I just wanted to support what Councillor Darby has said, because Deputy Mayor, what you've said would have been sufficient, I believe, under Māori impact statement. You know, knowing that the board that includes Ngāre, because there's nothing in from 50 to 54, you know, in regards to just said, look, we've sent the email, so I'll just leave it at that. Kia ora.
I acknowledge the feedback. We'll take that on board. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Councillor Fletcher.
May I just, in response to Councillor Filipina and to Councillor Darby, just highlight in defence of the Deputy Mayor that there was extensive consultation back in 2016 at the time of the master plan for and at that time there was an enormous amount of work undertaken with iwi, and what you are seeing today is consistent with that master plan. So I don't see it as actually being a requirement other than going formally to the committee, of which Ngāre Blair is actually a member. And that is in no way disrespectful to anyone, but it is actually consistent with the master plan. So I just want to give you the assurance that there is no offence that has been intended in this situation. So, and also, as somebody who has been around for a little while, the 1987 legislation was simply based on those that had concessions at that time, and concessions in public spaces have attracted, they can be quite controversial over the years and have proven to be, but I think that this is a sensible step forward, and I welcome the legislation, but I do want to defend the officers who have actually worked on this and the rest of the committee, because it's consistent with the master plan.
Okay, you may retire, and we'll thank you for coming. It doesn't appear, I think that was a comment, so we'll move on to. Have we moved this and seconded? Yes. Yep. All right, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. There you are. We can play tennis there for a while. Good stuff. We're going on to item 10. There's some recommendations here.
Do you want me to talk to this initially?
Nearly initially, I'll just open it and say why you've done that, which is good. And we've got the next two things, and the last one are all relatively minor property things, and I just want to look at a committee structure next time if we're all here, those of us who are here, that doesn't have this sort of small stuff coming to the governing body each time. That's not a sensible way of handling these. And making sure they don't take so long to get here. We want to have as a chair's recommendations, which we'll put up, but I think the Chief Executive should talk to this as well, because he has been listening carefully, that 4 years for this stuff at Pakuranga to come to us is disgraceful, and even when we designed the thing, it should have been bigger and more than what we got. So, and I'm sure Councillor Williamson is delighted to find that this is that he's lived long enough to see this come through. I'll ask, though, the two, it'll be moved by Williamson and seconded by Sharon Stewart, but I will have a bit to say about the chair's recommendations. It's a bit expanded over what you have, but I'll get the Chief Executive, who triggered this as a result of me badgering him to the point of annoyance.
Thank you, Your Worship. So effectively what you've got in front of you is two aspects. We've got some specific property sales to progress and seeking your endorsement of that, and the team will talk to those. But there is a wider context here. I am listening, as the Mayor's implying, around the time taken to get some of these transactions done. It is important, and we'll cover this in due course, it is important everyone understands some of the reasons for that, some of the complexities in terms of everything from Public Works Act to reserve status to what have you. But there is an opportunity here, I believe, to if you like, streamline things. So you've got a series of additional recommendations in front of you, and I do apologise for the lateness of those arriving. I would make the point, however, that effectively what they amount to is you commissioning some further advice to be brought back in the new term. There is nothing in here that diminishes your responsibility for your right to make decisions at the end of the day about property sales. We're just talking about perhaps a slightly more efficient, streamlined way of going about that. So the recommendations, I think, speak for themselves in that regard. I'll pause at that point, and perhaps my colleagues would like to talk to the specific recommendations around the sales.
Thank you. We do have a number of small properties before you today. The first one is 210A Onehunga Mall in Onehunga. This property forms part of the Transform Onehunga Priority Location Program, which was approved by Council in 2017 to deliver urban regeneration in the town centre. The disposal of the site is intended to support the delivery of the wider Waiapu Precinct project and facilitate an improved pedestrian access between Onehunga Mall and Gerard Beeson Place through 208 Onehunga Mall that has already been acquired by Council, and enable a broader development agreement with a private landowner. The other properties are all located in Pakuranga. They were acquired for the Eastern Corridor roading projects which are going on. They've all been declared surplus to Auckland Transport's transport and infrastructure requirements, and we have not identified any other public work requirements for them. We're therefore recommending all of these properties for sale.
I've got questions about this. Councillor Williamson.
I'll wait for the comments.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask why it took so blooming long. I know there was a squabble over whether Auckland Council or Auckland Transport had the right to shift the titles, and that ping pong went on for a while. Can you just take us through the journey to get to these ones, including right from the very start when they designed the road? They cunningly designed the road so that the properties that were spare reduced in value compared to what I would have got out of it. So how do all those things happen? Tell us the story of how we got here, and then I want to go through the chair's recommendations, because I don't like to fix the same flat tire twice.
Thank you, Your Worship. These properties were acquired by Auckland Transport, the majority of the properties, so I'll exclude the Onehunga Mall property from this discussion. The properties in Pakuranga were acquired by Auckland Transport for transport purposes. I do have access to the date of acquisition of every one of those properties. I don't have it right in front of me, so I'm not sure if you want me to manually go through every property file. I can get that information to you, but they were acquired by Auckland Transport. They were all taken under the Public Works Act. I believe the details, they were acquired between 2012 and 2017 for the Eastern Busway Roading Project. That work was completed by Auckland Transport. They were leased by Eke Panuku until Auckland Transport needed them for that roading project. At the time, Auckland Transport advised that they were about to commence that project. The tenants were given notice. The properties were transferred to Auckland Transport. Those works commenced. The properties, the residual land was then legalised. So the land that was to be road was vested as road. The residual land was surveyed, subdivided off it. New titles were issued. It goes through Land Information New Zealand. The Auckland Transport Board then declared it surplus to transport requirements, and it then comes through to us. What we then do is go through the property files, make sure that we're understanding the properties that we've acquired. These properties were acquired fairly recently, so it's not so hard, but what we often do is go back through to make sure that we're not dealing with land that's been taken under, say, one of the Land Acts of the 1800s. A big thing that we're checking for is to understand what Public Works Act requirements that we have. The Public Works Act, in a nutshell, gives council the ability to take any land it needs for a public work, but which is a really significant power. But in giving council or any authority that power, there's also the obligation that if it's not needed for the public work for which it was acquired, or another public work, that it's offered back to the former owners. And there's actually some case law saying that between when a public work stops and offering back to the former owners, we need to do that within 12 months. And that's some fairly recent case law from the Court of Appeal to do with land and the Newmarket Viaduct. So we do seek to move really quickly, particularly when we know there's Public Works Act obligations. There are often delays moving things through the likes of Land Information New Zealand, getting new titles issued, etc., when these sorts of large-scale infrastructure projects take place. So that can add to the delay. What we'll be doing once you make the decision, and sorry, I left out of there, we also consult with the relevant local boards, where before we bring them to the governing body, so that you can take into account the views of the relevant local board. Now, with these properties here, because no public work obligation has been identified, once they've been approved for sale, we'll then go and seek to find the former owners or their immediate successors, because that's who the obligation applies to, and in the first instance we'll offer the property back to them at current market value. If they aren't interested in it, then we'll seek to sell it on the open market.
Okay, well, Auckland Transport's coming back into Auckland Council. It's a subsidiary of Auckland Council, and I know that other subsidiaries handle their properties via the owner of the subsidiary. We seem to have lost the plot between the subsidiary and ourselves, because it should have been sold by us without having to transfer it to us. And then at the time that we do major projects like this, despite the fact it's Auckland Transport, if we are the owner of, ultimately the owner of the land, then it's been transferred to us because we're selling it, not Auckland Transport, which is bizarre. Why did we do? It sounds like maybe there's one transfer too many there. And it also sounded to me like at the time that the design was taking place there, I mean, I presume that as the leader of, you are the head of optimisation, acquisitions and disposals. Well, as head of optimisation, we should be having a look at purchases for bulk projects to make sure that the designers and the implementers of that are maximising the amount of result we can get out of this. And it appears we haven't been doing that, because I look at that thing out there, and AT have been allowed to waste a lot of space in the roadway in order to produce the spare sections at a smaller size than what would be easily marketable. And I mean, everything out there, when I go to Pakuranga and look at it, annoys me. It's nothing like a proper person who is involved in property would even think of allowing to happen. And it's happened there in large scale. And we are well rewarding a large group of people in here for poor results. Which is, and I know the chief executive doesn't want me to be too moaning about it, but we are the second largest property owner, and we're certainly not the second best property seller. So I know we are where we are and we're going to have to approve this, but this is all leading to why I'll go through now the Chair's recommendations. We do have a very substantial property portfolio. In the context of meeting growing budget pressure, must look for opportunities to best realise its value commercially while still safeguarding community interests for the longer term. The Group Property Framework was endorsed by the Revenue, Expenditure and Value Committee, and this is built on 6 core principles. Property does serve a purpose. It has an economic value. It needs to be actively used and managed to maximise public value. Property needs to change over time. Property is part of a shared portfolio. Categorisation and accountability matter. And what's behind those things is that we often just end up with somebody's dud property instead of getting money out of them, but still. 3, we request that the CE table advice for the most appropriate committee in the new electoral term on progress against the Group Property Framework, and also options to streamline and or accelerate property sales, including possible pre-approval of a bulk list of properties that can be fully or partially sold or leased for better return following consultation with local boards and satisfaction of all Public Works Acts limited and obligations. Re-examining incentives to local boards in relationship to property not held or needed for service delivery purposes. Possible strengthening of staff delegations to sell or lease property. An approach to managing unsolicited or market-led proposals to purchase and or develop Auckland Council-owned property. An advocacy to the Minister of Conservation for Council to be empowered to make its own decisions about changes to reserve status for at least some categories held. That should all speed things up. That's how a large property-owning organisation would manage its affairs. And I think the Chief Executive, I commend him for picking up this wero and taking that forward into the new year. Nevertheless, having done that, has all been added to this one here to still approve the sale at Pakuranga, and there are some questions about that. Councillor Williamson and Councillor Hills about this particular one and or about the Chair's recs.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, look, the thing I would like to do here is not to bag the past because it's not a tidy story, but to make sure we learn what a new process should look like. And what came out of what I did my little toing and froing and going back to Iki Panuku, no, we don't have the title. And on one particular one, it's in this suite of stuff today, 31 Williams Ave. That was free to sell when the Eastern Busway opened in 2021. And it hasn't been done since 2021. Now, I raised a number yesterday that I saw a few eyebrows go up. Liam Dan's article in the Herald said that property prices in Auckland have gone down 31% in real terms since 2022. So since 2021, it's probably even more than that, that we have lost value in that property not just being put straight to the top of a floating list that should be on a computer system, and the moment it's freed from use, somebody who's managing it says no longer needed, somebody else sees it come up the next morning and says, we're going to market with that, or we need to take it to the governing body to go to market. And that just didn't even seem to have the people knowing who held the title. And AT said, no, we had passed it over to Iki Panuku, and Iki Panuku said, no, they hadn't, and it turned out they hadn't, and so on. So I'm just hopeful of we get some really robust systems. It's something that I actually managed to drive into Transit New Zealand in the early 90s, because Transit owned huge swathes of land across New Zealand that was being poorly managed. And we ended up with a computer system that was really quite smart. You could go and look at it at any day, and what was bubbling to the top the whole time were those that were available for sale, ready for sale, gone for sale, or sold in different colours. And there was no, or Department X hasn't told Department Y, so we didn't know about it till the title got transferred. And so well done that I think Phil's taken control of this and going to make sure. But it's certainly reason 578 while some of AT stuff should be back here. Because it makes no sense to have different subsidiaries of the operation not even talking to each other about getting rid of a property. When 31 Williams Avenue sells, we're going to get a lot less money than had we sold it at the right time when it first freed up. I'll leave it at that.
Well, you've raised a question there of the actual ownership of these. Did Eki Panuku actually own things separately from the council? And does AT own things separate from the council? And are you allowed to sell things from there without having to transfer it to the council?
Thank you for the question. All properties acquired by Auckland Transport and that were managed by Eki Panuku were in Auckland Council ownership.
So how do we explain Councillor Williamson's fight to find out who owned them?
Presumably it was with Auckland Transport and still subject to the completion of the work, and actually the land in front of the Williams Avenue property has not yet been legalised, so that legalisation process is still going through. So the land was transferred before essentially all the work was completed at AT's end to try and streamline things as much as possible.
I mean, that seems amazing to me, because I've transferred a lot of property in my day, and sometimes you actually just sell the company that owns it, and that changes the transfer. There isn't actually a transfer via the LINs, and so AT is a subsidiary of ours. Are you saying that all of the things that's still in AT will have to go through some painful process to get into AC from AT, so we can carry on? Or can we just say we have taken over the company and thereby we own it, which is what happens outside?
Your Worship, I may need to consult with Council's legal team before answering that question.
Hang on, aren't you the manager of all these managing bits and pieces? I think it's a very good question, and I think I'm shocked to find you don't know the answer to that, really. But find it out and let us know. And relying on the legal team to run a property company is not how property companies run. Legal teams service the activity of the property company, and the property company clearly knows what it owns and what it can sell and how it goes about it. So I think you've got a bit of work coming ahead of your CEO. Councillor Hill, sorry.
This might be a question for Phil, and this a little bit came last time when we had this similar conversation, because we have now disbanded Eki Panuku because we want more control, right? My understanding is next term, very soon, you are going to be doing all of this work with all of us to work out the way forward for property and help to streamline this, right? That is the plan.
That is the plan, yeah.
Could you also maybe, and I know the Mayor and Councillor Williamson and others weren't here the last few terms, but maybe this is only a question for Phil, would you agree that property sales have been some of the most contentious, difficult things that politicians and or local boards have either held up, pushed back? Maybe we've made a decision and then the decisions have been tried to reverse, and it's been extremely difficult for the staff to try and get through some of this, sometimes because of the politics.
Yes, there have been challenges. I'm not dismissive of the reasons why some of these things are difficult. I think we all understand that there are local community concerns. There's a history with some of these parcels of land. There often are the complexities that have been discussed here. At the end of the day, however, I do think there's an opportunity to streamline some of this, or we wouldn't be committing to doing this work going forward.
And also, would you say pre-2021, we were probably leaning a little bit too hard on property sales at $70 million a year, but the targets were mostly met?
The history shows that targets have generally been met. There's been an issue, in part for market reasons and what have you, very recently. I won't get into the analysis of that. There's no doubt that sales have been used as a measure for closing budget gaps in the past as well. But look, the big picture here is that there is a very substantial property portfolio. We do need to bring commercial discipline to it to complement the considerations around community need and such like. So I don't think any of us is kind of afraid of walking into that space. At the end of the day, you know, they will still be political decisions to make about the sale of properties.
Councillor Watson, please.
Sorry that I wasn't here, so I just wanted to quick check with what Richard said. I can't see how there would ever be an issue of selling a property that you'd acquired in order to do the busway, and now you didn't need it, so you could just... There can't be anything like historic significance, or... It just should be, we bought some, we got it cleared, we don't need it, it's gone.
Yeah, there are very different scenarios here, and yes, I agree with you in relation to properties such as that. There have been a bunch of others, Councillor, that, you know, have a different history.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just talking in the general about the sales process.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess at, you know, the risk of stating the obvious, Panuku have always done what the council has instructed them to do, you know, in anything. And certainly in a number of the sales that we've been involved with, and some of them controversial. I can remember Letitia fronting a very hostile public meeting out in West Harbour to do with a very significant public asset, and she, you know, acquitted herself superbly. So I think Panuku along the way have also tried to respond to the directives from council. So I think it's important that, you know, that's put on the record too. If there's a better way of doing things, well, obviously we're in a position to do that now. But I think, you know, in the interest of fairness, that they have been put in quite challenging positions and put in those positions by council directives.
Yeah, and my comments are by no means to be taken as any criticism of Eke Panuku or the property function now. Some of the things that we've got an opportunity to address are actually, if you like, at council's end in terms of decision making and what the incentives are for boards and such like. So thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. Kind of drifting into comments and questions, I'll try to make a question. I just wanted to ask, you know, or just how we'll back up what you've said there. I understand all these complications, and I know how hard everyone works, and I know that we're in the mix too, because we give you directives which you're almost unable to follow. But Mr. Mayor, I back you up on the fact that we have to streamline this as fast as possible. And I go back to Mr. Stabak saying when he left that we had 1,400 and something properties hanging around our neck. And I remind everyone yet again of all the ones I see all the time that are languishing into mould and scrub and losing their value as we take our time about this stuff. So I understand it's complicated, but it's really important to listen to what you see just then too.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart, question, or do we want to go to comments?
No, I think Councillor Turner sort of the question that I was going to ask, but I'm really pleased that we are looking at, especially the sale for the 1/31 Williams Ave, because it is a little bit more unique than possibly some others, because it's actually two units that are attached together. One is owned by the council, one is not owned by the council, and because of the work that has happened, it's made it very difficult for the other property to be able to sell. You really have to go and have a look at what the situation is. But thank you, everybody, for hopefully you're going to support this today.
I think the questions are over. You can retire, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, pocket parks and individual properties probably undervalued in our strategic thinking, especially given plan change we passed yesterday in regard to intensification. Intensification means that pocket parks or sections, vacant sections, actually become
of increasing importance to enhance the amenity of people who are living in intensified dwellings. We had a case some weeks ago of a Manukau City proposed park in which the city, with its usual vision, acquired half of the envisaged park, but unfortunately the other part of it was sold, and then intensified dwellings were built on it. And the officer advice was, well, it's not worth much anymore. We couldn't obtain the park that Manukau City wanted. It's only half a park, and therefore it should be sold, and more intensified dwellings are likely to be built there. Completely overlooking the opportunity then to enhance the amenity of the people who were living next door in the intensified dwellings. And therefore I think the attitude of this council to local sections, pocket parks and whatever, that all too many are sold off, and quite often in the face of opposition from local boards. So I think when it comes to this sort of delegation, the local boards should have a much greater role in deciding what's important in their areas. Pocket parks have their... I come from a background of building the regional park network, hundreds of hectares, but pocket parks in an urban environment, especially with intensified living, which will be the trend, are actually increasingly important and should be valued as such. Just make that point. Thank you.
Okay, that seems to be all I've got to say on this, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, carried. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure that is going to bring us into a bolder, brighter and better future, he says bravely. We're now looking at the proposed revocation and disposal of an access way reserve parcels at Aotea. Now this seems to be quite a good one, but it could also, might have been done before it ever got to us. This came to us back in June. We went and asked the public. This is supported by the local board and the local councillor and the local iwi. Deputy Mayor, would you like to move this and speak to it?
Absolutely.
And if we get into I think we should take note of what Councillor Darby raised before. We made a better job of automatically talking to iwi.
Right, well, we have talked to iwi very strongly in this one, so I just want to make it really clear that the revocation of the reserve status will not result in any appreciable public loss of reserve amenity intended to be protected under the Reserves Act. In fact, the report notes that the community benefit would be better served by the revocation of the reserve status. This is supported by staff in item 9 in the report. They consider the proposal to relocate the public access would result in new accessways which overall better serve the needs of the public. The local board believe it will serve better needs of the public. Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Reserves Board believe that the relocation of the public access would result in new accessways overall better serving the needs of the public, and so do I. We've had it before. It's two paths in a place A moving to two places in place B. They will be better. Most importantly, they would have the additional benefit of no ongoing cost to the public. I urge you to support this. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Passionate support there. Any questions? This seems fairly obvious. No questions. Oh, you can thank you. You can retire there.
Who's going to second it, please?
Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Bingo. We're now moving to the transport submission on the transport bill. I've got Billy Brown from Te Hekura is joining us online for this. And Catherine will take us through quite a good paper. Catherine has, yes, not Catherine. We've now moved up in the world and we have two people I'm sure you'll recognise.
Seems like only yesterday, Megan.
It does. I do apologise for appearing before you again, but I do promise I don't have any PowerPoints, if that's helpful. So, look, this is, there are a couple of reports that are related, but the first one relates to the submission on the bill that gives effect to the transport reform that we've been talking about for the last wee while, and that the bill came out about early September, and we've had a couple of workshops with you on it. What we are proposing today is to get a delegation to complete the submission. Since the report has been written, the Select Committee has set a date of the 9th of November for close of submissions. We didn't know when that was going to be, of course. So the recommendation remains to get a delegation from the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Transport, Infrastructure and Resilience Committee, and also a member of Hokura, to complete and sign the submission. We are still aiming for 10th of October. That is obviously just prior to the local government elections. So that's the time frame. So the next couple of weeks we propose to complete the submission, and with that signatory team. The report sets out a table, is probably the most useful part of the report, which sets out our positions, our proposed positions on the matters. And so we would like to open it now up for questions and to get your confirmation really of those positions and or any other changes you make so that we can progress the submission on that basis. Thanks, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Oh, well, I'll open up in the absence of others. Just explain to me why we don't support a 3-member limit, and also perhaps where it says do not support the continuation of a statutory CEO, does that mean you don't support the continuation of a CEO, or is it the statutory bit you don't like? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but
Thank you. Let me take the second one first. So the statutory CCO. So this is this question. At the moment, the bill is, so at the moment, Auckland Transport is a statutory CCO, so it's set in statute and it has all of its purpose and requirements set out in it. This bill for the new Transport CCO still sets it in statute, and it said that it should be a public, have public transport functions, and then it allows, at the stage in the drafting, it allows council then to determine if it has any other functions. The other option, of course, is rather than having a statutory CCO, is just a normal CCO. For example, where we had, like Eki Panuku or Tātaki as a normal CCO, where council gets to determine the functions that that CCO undertakes. So when we say here, don't support a statutory CCO, support a CCO, but support rather than in statute that council, it's a normal CCO and council makes those determinations about functions. So that's what that bit means.
If I might, the point here is that that keeps faith with your earlier direction to us, your principled position, if you like, that the nature of CCO organisations should be for you to determine, not dictated to you.
Thanks, Phil. Your first question was around the number of directors. So when the transition occurs, so when Royal Assent happens in around March, April, we think the new Transport CCO kind of automatically comes into force, and the current board of Auckland Transport would no longer be in place, and there would be an interim board or a transition board of 3 to 5 directors of the new Transport CCO. When we've listened to both Auckland Transport feedback and from a staff perspective, just given the breadth of the work that Auckland Transport does, of course that needs to continue through till the new Transport CCO is set up. We believe a small group, too small a group is too small, and so that is what we're recommending, is that it is a larger group as opposed to a small group of directors. Max, do you have something to add to that?
Thanks, Meg. I just add that we have received specific feedback on this point from the Auckland Transport Board, and their view is that the three people was too few to govern, given the complexity of the organisation through that period. For the transition.
For the transition, that's right.
Okay, questions, please. Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, I in regard to the recommendations, what the officers are saying here, supporting and not supporting, I completely agree with them, except I do raise a question around transition provisions. Not so much do not support or do support, but the rationale. And the rationale in regard to transition provisions do not support the governing body approving people operational elements, as this is the role of the council's chief executive. We are dealing with an operational department. Everything that AT does, essentially, as it impacts the public, is operational. And the fact of the matter is, the only reason why the government has taken this extraordinary step, and it is a significant step, is that the public view of Auckland Transport is so negative now that the government felt it had to intervene, and by most criteria, Auckland Transport is not doing well operationally. And so it would be helpful, and I'm sure this is likely to happen anyway, that the dogma of if it's operational, it's got nothing to do with politicians, that is complete nonsense, with all due respect. It's got everything to do with politicians and everything to do with ratepayers and citizens, and therefore there needs to be a better reason for justifying this position, because if we don't get operationally interested and involved, we'll be on the same trajectory as failure that has led the government to intervene with AT. So I'll just make that point, and I see the Mayor nodding, and I'm sure the Chief Executive understands it. We have to make this work. The onus is now on us. There can be no more complaints or outrage or blame of AT from now on. It's down to us, and we have to perform, and that means we all have to get more interested operationally and lift our game. There's no rule in any law about operational versus governance and blah, 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 even though people act that way. I'll just make that point. Thank you.
Councillor Lee and others, I just want to clarify, I don't think we're in disagreement here. I'm very respectful of councillors' interest and role here. I think the distinction, and I didn't write the detail here, I think the scope, the function, the role, if you like, even the sort of high-level organisation design is, I believe, absolutely territory for us to discuss and agree, and for you to make some decisions around. I think the point that might be being made here is, at that next level of detail, who's reporting to who, how's it configured internally, and such like, that does obviously move a little bit more into our territory as officers. But trust me, there's nothing kind of disrespectful of your role and your interest in this in terms of the broader organisation design.
Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, look, it's probably worth just telling the council laws that the directors of the Auckland Transport have really taken seriously what is going to happen and have put a lot of thought into trying to highlight what some of the risks around the transition may look like and how they will be managed. When you are moving anything, I can tell you I go back to the old days of NAC being merged into Air New Zealand and the chaos that occurred for nearly 2 years of mixing two cultures and two different workforces and so on, or moving the traffic service into the police department. There will always be disruptions and there'll always be risks of you losing your ability to provide sort of business as usual or normal service. But I am absolutely guaranteeing the councillors here today that I don't think there is anybody on that board who are doing anything other than saying, we now know what's going to happen, we've got a clear steer from the legislation, and we just want to make sure we do everything we can to minimise any disruption to service while the transition occurs and the whole operation that comes back into here beds in comfortably and carries on running as smoothly as possible.
Thank you for that. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Williamson. Yes, the board took this very seriously in a constructive way. It is very clear on the political direction, and the board is actually wanting to make this work in line with the political direction. And I want to make that clear to you, Mayor, and all the councillors. The board is absolutely adamant. They see the political direction, and then there is a position paper outlining some of the risks, just as our own staff have identified some of the risks and necessary changes. So that position paper, I think, is, as of this afternoon, is signed off. But my question is, given the recommendations before us, how does the position paper of the Auckland Transport Board, which hopefully improves the submission, how is it likely to improve the submission when today we're being asked to approve what we see in this paper, which is currently in the absence of the Auckland Transport Board position paper?
I don't think it quite rules it out. I mean, if it's coming now, we'll take into account of that. There is the opportunity for a bit of improving of it, according to these words. Max, you can answer that.
Oh, through the chair, let me start, and Max will add, no doubt. So, look, I think certainly, as the Mayor has said, there's nothing stopping the delegated members either seeing or where there's any additions from Auckland Transport Board that we can include that in the submission. That's the whole point, and that's why we've had some initial feedback from them thus far. The other elements, of course, might so that it might, for example, support everything we say in the submission. There can be things that we can do that the board is recommending to us through this transition, regardless of what the bill says. And so we will pick those up. And I think Councillor Williamson and some of the risks that he has suggested, these are things that will continue regardless of what the submission says. So there's two elements. One, submission, but also just in the way that we do the work now for the next 12 months or so. Max.
No, thanks, Megan. I just wanted to add that I think so some of the risks raised by Auckland Transport are, of course, risks that we had identified and are reflected already in the positions that we're seeking. For example, around more flexibility for the local in terms of local board decision making, and more flexibility around and more specificity, I should say, around the public the definition of public transport and the allocation responsibilities about that. So the useful work the AT board has done will add additional emphasis to some of the points already made, and there'll be other points that we might need to pick up on. But I think I suppose what you're being asked to do today is approve the kind of core position, and there's flexibility for the delegated parties and for staff to reflect these more nuanced points in the submission.
Look, thank you for that, Max. Look, Councillor Williams and I are privy to the position paper, and it's just having legal eyes run over it, I think, right now, this afternoon, before it comes to council. I appreciate that. It's actually quite a comprehensive submission. It's a 14-page submission to the council. And I would probably appreciate that somewhere in the recommendations here that we actually note the approval is subject to further consideration of the Auckland Transport Board's, I think it is called a position paper, whatever it might be. Yeah. Well, it's just
I don't oppose that.
I would be a lot more comfortable if we actually recorded that in the recommendations here today. Actually, I might defer to Councillor Williamson. That's just my own view, Councillor Williamson.
I think we would support that. I just for context of the rest of the governing body, Phil, as chief executive, did write to the AT board, provided the board with this paper so that they were aware of the position that was emerging, and requested feedback either before this meeting or following the meeting so it could be considered. So that would be entirely consistent with what's happened.
Max, can I say that I don't think the vast bulk of what's in the AT paper is to do with the legislation. It's more to do with the operationalising of the transition and the making sure you don't drop the ball as you cross the road from one building to another type thing. And that's not a legislative type issue that you need to put submissions on. It's more to do with keeping your eyes firmly on how is the transition being done and what are the risks of something going wrong if it doesn't stay embedded in its old location.
I agree, Councillor. The key point for the submission is just around preserving the flexibility for us to make those decisions when.
Just to round that off then, Mayor, and I think you're willing, I don't want to wordsmith from my chair. Megan, I'm wondering if you could just add something that's happening right now. Thank you.
We're just picking up on your point and incorporating it along the lines of that we note the upcoming submission of AT on this issue, and it will be taken into consideration. Is that okay? Something along those words. I know that I can hear the rumbling of fingers beside me. There are no further questions, so you guys can sit back on this and we'll have a debate, but I think we're approaching lunch or the possibility of dealing with the transport governance rules before lunch, which is what I'm hoping to do. Councillor Baker would like to ask a question.
I just got a comment and say, I mean, this is one of the most important submissions we'll make as a council because this is huge. Auckland Transport were created by statute for a reason, and this is a massively important submission for Auckland Council, and because it is bringing back something that was deemed to be absolutely vital back into council. And so the risk for us is that we end up with something that is worse than exists now and worse than existed prior to the start of Auckland Council. And if that occurs, that is on us because we haven't got it right. And I listened really carefully to the previous Minister of Transport when he talked about this in the first instance. And yes, we've talked about Auckland Transport and the way in which they operated and the loss of public, I guess, trust and respect. The other thing that he talked about a lot was improving political accountability. And because I think he recognises that this council has continually given direction to Auckland Transport. They have carried that out, and when it hasn't been carried out to our satisfaction, we have gone out and bagged Auckland Council quite hard because of the thing that has become a little bit publicly, I guess, challenging, because they're doing what we have said for them to do. And so that political accountability brings that back to us, and it brings it back to, in some way, local boards. The incredibly important part of all of this work is the delegations back to Auckland Transport, because Auckland Transport, the transport network is more than strips of black tarmac, and it is more than public transport. It is, through our roading networks, we have all of the underground lifeline utilities operating underneath our black tarmac. That's the road in which they're the roads where we have water, we have fibre, we have power, we have everything running through. If we don't get that right, imagine how perplexed the public will be when a lifeline utility is trying to get from point A to point B, and if we don't get it right, they've got to run through 4 different local boards, and each local board has a different view and a different time frame. So there's a huge amount of complexity in all of this, and we have to get it right. It is the most important submission I believe we have made to legislation this term, and because the public of Auckland touch something that Auckland Transport are currently responsible for more than they touch anything else that council provides. If they leave their house, they are touching something that currently Auckland Transport provides, and that soon Auckland Council will have some play in. And so we've got to make sure that what we do is absolutely well thought out. And I agree with what Chris and Morris have said. We actually need to work with Auckland Transport. They are the subject matter experts here. We cannot keep treating them as if they are the enemy of something. They are part of us. They actually do a lot of stuff, and I know this will make people spit in their water glass. They actually do a lot of stuff very, very well. And we need to take that information and we need to work with it, because again, if we don't, and if we keep just saying to them, no, you're wrong and you're poor, we will fail, and that is on us. And that is what the Minister was talking about in terms of political accountability. It brings it back to us. And so delegations back to the Auckland Transport, CCO, whatever it's called, and importantly, what goes back to the local boards. Because if we get that wrong, you watch us get tied up in a mess of bureaucratic and political muddling. So we've got to be really good here.
Thank you for that. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Oh, thanks. My question probably hasn't been moved and seconded. I'm assuming that probably Williamson or Darby or whoever does it, yeah. But my question is probably to 2 AT directors, and that is, in your opinion, how well do you think this bill represents what council has been advocating for this term? Morris, I've just asked you a question. So I just said, how, as a board member of Auckland Transport, how well do you think this reflects what we've been asking for this term? Politically. Staff aside, politically.
Yeah, politically, what I found quite refreshing, and Councillor Darby can have a different view, but I found really refreshing that they saw the legislation, basically said, that's it, that's where we're going. Now to what we do to make sure we cooperate, how do we make sure we make available? There are going to be some risks like losing good staff because they might be getting spooked and say, I'm out of here and go, which we don't want to happen. There are some risks around 21 different sets of rules for 21 local boards. That might be a real shambles. So we're trying to identify those and then put some suggestions together about mitigations and so on. But look, I actually thought there'd be a lot more pushback, and there hasn't been. It's been quite refreshing that every one of the board members has worked actively to say, what do we do to try to make sure that this transition being imposed upon us by legislation will work properly?
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hills has a question.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. I thought we were in comments.
Oh, we are. Sorry, mine was
We're commenting.
A political comment.
Something to say. I'm having trouble.
With a question involved.
All right.
I'm losing the ability to separate comments from questions.
Yeah, that's why I didn't ask for a question. No, I mean, good direction. It is what we've asked for many years. And look, I support the direction because it is D-Day for elected members. So for years, I've seen elected members throw AT under the bus when very well, most of the time, it is... Sorry, Councillor Watson?
Well, I'm just thinking of yesterday's meeting with Councillor of violent expression.
Okay.
Violent speech is right.
Yeah. No.
Just in the interest of consistency.
Yeah. No. That is perfectly acceptable. That is good, and I will withdraw and apologise. Not that anyone withdrawal and apologise for using far more violent language, but yes, throwing someone under the bus is also violent. So I will say, being rude and dismissive of Auckland Transport. The issue is that for years we have told Auckland Transport they are the ones at fault, when most of the time we've approved the budget, we've approved the direction, we've approved the expectations, we've told them to reach goals, and then we blame them for whatever issue that we find the day doesn't fit what is acceptable to us. So I think it's really good that we will have the direct democratic accountability for the next council, whoever that is, and for the local boards. But as Councillor Baker and others have said, that it is going to be careful what you wish for. We need to make sure that we have clear understanding of where the decision-making lies. It will be, to some, I think it was Councillor Lee's comment, a lot of that operational decision-making, there is no way that will be able to come to local boards and governing body members. So we need to be honest there, unless we're going to be here every day, including weekends and nights, doing operational decisions. We will need to be careful of where those delegations go. And I know the Mayor and others get annoyed at my questions around the public transport system and others, but if we don't ensure we get the right bits connected to the right bits, we will end up tying ourselves in knots. That's on the public transport system. Where does the app sit? Where does the database for that sit? Where do the services sit? Where the bus stops, transit lanes, the poles with the timetabling on it, where do those staff sit? That all sounds silly to talk about now, but those all need to be connected and all need to be sitting with the right teams, with the right people, because we will lose a lot of the momentum. You know, it's only 12 years ago we brought in the hop card. We had no hop card back then. We've got significantly better public transport now than we did a number of years ago. You know, I always remember when I caught the bus into uni into the city, they dumped us in the middle of Victoria Street, no seating, no timetables, no shelter, because I'm assuming Auckland City Council didn't want to pay for the North Shore City residents coming into the city. Now that all changed under the Super City, so we just need to make sure we keep that clear and make sure that renewals are done based on need, not based on the loudest voices. So it will be very interesting, but I think very important that we get this right. And this submission, I hope, means the government will not make it too defined. We need the delegations to be open to us, not defined by the government, because they don't understand how the system works or how the local boards work, to be honest. So I think that we need to be in charge of how that works, and they need to give us open options. So through our submission, we need to be clear to the government, please leave it up to us to decide how this works and how it will be the best for Aucklanders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but we are actually leaving public transport behind with them. But thank you all the same. Councillor Fuli.
Yeah, kia ora, following on from that, and you stole my tagline of be careful what you wish for. I have to agree with lots that has been said by Councillor Hills and Councillor Baker and others as well. I agree that we're at a point where Auckland Transport's reputation is at an all-time low, but I agree also that we've contributed in no small part to that. Elected members around this table have contributed to that. I'm probably one of the few people who ever has anything nice to say about Auckland Transport, because my experience when I was chair of the local board and my experience sitting around this table has been positive with Auckland Transport. And you just have to look and compare you know, the connection from Manukau coming into the city in 2010 and today. And similarly, I mean, I caught the bus to university many, many decades before Councillor Hills did. And the difference is huge. We have come a very long way. And that, you know, I do have to commend Auckland Transport for the huge work that they've done there. But we are where we are, and we do need to get it right. So I'm very supportive of this submission, of the resolution, and just being mindful too that this is just the start. Once this resolution goes through and once everything is set up, it's really just the start of the work. There is a mammoth task ahead of us to get this right. And we do have to make sure that we get it right. And there will be nowhere to hide from now on. There'll be no Auckland Transport to hide behind if we get this wrong. And I'm hopeful that we won't have the political meddling that I think people are afraid of what's possibly going to come in the days ahead. But yeah, like I say, there'll be a mammoth task, and I, you know, will be keeping you in my prayers, Phil and the team, the whole team, and hopeful that whoever is the new governing body around this table, whoever is the new mayor, will work well with everybody, with the transition team from Auckland Transport as well, to make sure that we do get it right. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should accept that. And the words of Councillor Lee is that this is our responsibility. That's what we've asked for. We accept the responsibility goes with that. And I'll be quite happy to apologise if we've got it wrong. I'm sick of apologising when it wasn't us. Councillor Darby would like to interfere before lunch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we're a little underestimating the enormity of the structural change. I don't think there's any structural change that's occurred in my time in 12 years here at Auckland Council, or even including the first 3 years, that goes anywhere near the structural change that is being progressed here. It is enormous. And as my colleague Councillor Baker just outlined, you walk past your letterbox in the morning, until the time you come past that letterbox in the afternoon, you are in the domain of Auckland Transport. Before I went to the AT board, I knew it was a very complex, not the organisation, but the range of products, services and tasks it delivers is absolutely enormous. And that's why such a significant chunk of our CapEx and our OpEx goes there. But this is an enormous change, and it brings all that complexity, bar the public transport entity, to this table. And that is an enormous ask of everybody who sits around here in the future, because you're going to have to bring capacity and skills that you've never tapped into before. And it's going to require some upskilling, because there are significant risks if the capacity and skills are not provided from this governance group. I think what I remind myself is that transport operates as a system. It doesn't operate in disparate parts with a decision maker here and a decision maker here and one here. There's big risks in that. And prior to 2010, we had that disparate system of ARTA and ARTNL. And I gave you the story of, in my North Shore days, of an officer, a transport officer, with a PhD, bringing 8 reports over 5 years to put in a bus stop in Browns Bay. And it didn't get over the line at the end of the days of North Shore City, because there were so many parochial interests. It was not being viewed as, well, this is a critical part of the transport system, of the public transport system. Within 3 months of the creation of Auckland Transport, that bus stop was in place. No one really thought about it any further, but they were so engaged with not having it for 5 years and seeing 8 reports. So transport is a system. Think of that. We can't move back to where we were pre-2010. One of the things that I do stress also is the Auckland Transport directors, they are all subject to performance reviews. They're tested, you know, on how they perform as directors. I think, Mayor, going forward, maybe it's voluntary, but the load on this council going forward in the transport space just emphasises how enormous this task is of being a mayor and councillor. There's a huge responsibility. Our performance has to be top notch. And I think there is actually room going forward. And I know some would say the ballot box is the test of one's performance, but I think there's nothing quite like at least having voluntary performance reviews like the AT board had, like the Eke Panuku board had, like Tautaki does have, like Watercare does have. And those KPIs that all those organisations used to operate by, we need to make sure they show up in this organisation so that, again, we're noting where we're performing and where we're failing. I'll leave it with, this is the biggest single structural change in this council's, 16 years? 15, 16 years? It's got to be got right. Otherwise, there are significant risks.
Thank you for that impassioned speech about why we got rid of Shore City and how we are preparing to do what every other council in the country does quite well. And I'm quite sure we can better 26% public acceptance in our new role. They've sufficiently aimed, sufficiently low for us to get over that hurdle. And the next one, last one is Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Lee can finish off and then we'll have lunch.
I'm very pleased to be able to speak to this today, and perhaps those matters of the detail that have been highlighted, and I'm sure the CEO is listening closely to it. But I want to put it in the context of the fact that from the formation of the Auckland Council, which was largely about transport, there have been tensions from the beginning. Councillor Lee and I had the privilege under Len Brown of sitting on the board of Auckland Transport from the beginning. And it became very clear to us, I think I speak on behalf of both of us, early on, that there really wasn't an understanding of the scale of work that was required from Auckland Transport. And in addition to that, there were all sorts of other areas that we are individually going back to ministers and trying to get amendments on. But what became quite clear is for reform of this kind, probably in a New Zealand sense, the CEO can confirm that it would probably be the largest reform of its kind in New Zealand. And there were those, and I know that Len Brown and I know myself, there were letters that were sent from the then chair of Auckland Transport, myself, others, to the key government to say, on a reform of this scale, it would be timely to do a review. But because amalgamation had been so highly controversial, nobody wanted to touch it with a barge pole. So there wasn't the comprehensive review that you would normally do with a really big restructure. So all of the changes we've had have been piecemeal. And I don't think the council has probably, from the beginning, given sufficient time. You know, we've had tools in the toolbox that we could have used. There's been fragmentation and governance. And so some of us have been agitating for some time to see this reform. Now, I'm not going to pretend that it's easy, but I do think the clearer accountability that we will get out of this is going to be something that the public of Auckland will welcome. And I want to say I'm disappointed that successive governments have been unwilling to pick up that major consideration of the reforms that the Auckland Council in terms of the creation of the Auckland Council, have created for us. So, we'll continue to go back when we, the RAFA legislation, which we've been arguing for since 2015, or anything else that you can think of, that we go back in a piecemeal way. I welcome this today. I do not underestimate the enormous amount of work that it's going to undertake. I think it's going to perhaps reopen those discussions around whether we have too many local boards or too few. I don't know. I'm not going to make a speculation on that. But in terms of those boundary issues, geographical boundary issues and consistencies across boards, all of these are going to come to the fore. But what I will say is we will have the benefit of having in our CEO someone who has been with this organisation from day one, who has heard these arguments from day one, who has the skill set and the staff to actually be aware of what is coming. And the confidence that he gave us at earlier meetings when we made the decision to do this is what gives me the confidence in saying this is long overdue. So I really welcome it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And finally, Councillor Lee.
I'll be brief, Mr. Mayor. I'd acknowledge your role in achieving these changes. That is only fair. And I agree with most of what I've heard around the room today. I think we're all aware of the challenge and the risk of failure. And I think we're all determined that we will not fail, we will succeed. In that, I think we have to understand that culture in an organisation is probably even more important than the structure. Councillor Darby talked about board performance reviews and the merit of those, and fair enough, but we have to also acknowledge that the boards really and the organisation essentially failed. They were given 15 years and enormous amounts of money, ratepayers' money, and did not succeed really. And so we have to learn from that. In terms of future success, we don't. I think it's important not to overthink it. In terms of templates, it's not a total mystery. We could look at Greater Wellington Regional Council as one template. We could probably be better off actually also looking very closely at Transport for Queensland. These are models that should assist us in setting up a new structure. Our most important ally, I think, actually, is the public. And in terms of AT, one of their failings, I think, are not taking the public view seriously enough. And in terms of culture, I can share with you an anecdote from the early days of AT. When it was set up, almost immediately the directors thought of it almost as a private company, and not as a public service entity. And they didn't really appreciate how unique and unusual AT was in the New Zealand local government setup. The chief executive of Auckland Council at the time, the founding chief executive, asked to come to a confidential part of the AT board meeting, and it was discussed earnestly by the directors, and one of the directors said, well, I think it's inappropriate for him to even ask that. I did point out the guy was the boss, really, in effect, but anyway, he wasn't given permission to come to that, to share that part of the meeting, and that's part of the culture I think we need to learn from. We need to learn from AT's mistakes. AT has certainly got a massive amount of technology and understanding, but it's important in setting up a new organisation or organisations that we don't inadvertently import the culture that failed this time round, and look for fresh talent from maybe across the Tasman, because there's a limited talent pool available to us. So I think that it's a big challenge. I think we can achieve it, but if we work closely with the public and include the public and use a special consultative procedure and listen to the people who have ideas, including even bus drivers, I think that we can succeed. So thank you once again. It's probably the most important thing that's happened in the super city since its establishment. So a great opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. We'll break until 1:30 and a bit, 1:30, and then we'll resume. Thank you very much for your attendance. Apparently there is some lunch somewhere. Resuming at item 13, transport governance rules. We want the buses and trains and ferries to still run on time during the transition period. Welcome everyone to talk about how we will carry on. The governance arrangements, I'm going to welcome to the table different people from what's on my paper.
Just doing it deliberately.
But I'm happy to have you along anyhow. So I'll move this, and it'll be seconded by Councillor Henderson. And what we're discussing is the operating rules. But right at the start, I might point out that it is wrong. It's paragraph 30, not paragraph 31. Okay? And so all those who didn't notice that, you haven't read your papers, but I did. Paragraph 30. All right, I'll give you a minute to quickly recognise that you had the wrong page open. But they look pretty good, and we're going to have no surprises, principle and compliance with the statement of intent. So in fact, we're going to run this better than what we've had from AT in the first place. We didn't do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Either of you speak.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for picking up the correct paragraph number. This paper seeks... Indeed. This paper seeks two decisions from you on governance arrangements as we prepare for the passage of the transport reform legislation. At the outset, and to reinforce some points made earlier by Councillors Darby and Williamson, I wanted to underline that these decisions reflect a joint commitment from Auckland Council and Auckland Transport to deliver on the reforms once the legislation is passed in a way that keeps services running for Aucklanders and ultimately improves the transport outcomes for Aucklanders and builds public confidence in the system. It will be important that Council leads the reforms and makes the critical decisions, but the effort is a collaborative, transparent and joined up one, and that is the way that we have set out on this path, and it's the way we intend to carry on in accordance with your direction. So while the transition is complex and a very significant undertaking, as has been mentioned already today, those are important guiding principles. This paper doesn't address that whole picture, and there will be a range of other decisions coming to you in the new term, but this paper proposes two sensible steps. The first is adopting interim operating rules for Auckland Transport. We see these as good practice guardrails, a practical step for you to take to allow, to emphasise the importance of day-to-day delivery and services continuing through the transition while ensuring that the council is consulted and informed about important material decisions that may impact on the transition, and particularly on functions which are returning or may come to council as part of that transition. So that's the purpose of those operating rules. We don't see them as being unduly prescriptive, but they set sort of important guardrails that are good practice in these sorts of situations. The second decision is around setting the process criteria and remuneration for appointing the interim board, as currently proposed in the bill to be a 3-member interim board for the new Transport CCO. We need to get that process underway quite soon in order to meet the assumed timeframes for the legislation, although we don't exactly know when the legislation will pass. We are acting under the assumption it will pass in March. So in short, the decisions are about strengthening governance during the interim period as we prepare for that complex transition, and they reinforce the importance of continuity in service provision to Aucklanders and managing the transition in a careful and orderly way. That's enough from me, I think. Mia?
You've stunned everybody into silence. There's not even a person got a question. On that basis, you can reverse gear and we'll have a discussion. There's no further discussion. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Contrary? Carried. That's very good. Now, the next one is two procedural items. The summary of governing body and committee information, memorandum and briefings, and a summary of confidential decisions and right. I'm going to move that as...
The truck up. Back the truck, please.
I want to do this as both together. Do I have a mover and a seconder?
I'll move.
Seconder for both those two?
But I do want to talk to item 16, please, Your Worship.
Councillor Walker has been an absolute rocket for these sorts of things for the last 3 years, and so I don't want to deprive him of the thing. So thank you very much for seconding that. Would you like to speak to this?
I would absolutely like to
monumental
speak
piece
to
of-
item 16, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity. Councillors, I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't checked your emails at 7:30 last night after the monumental day we have had. But the email that came through to you was from His Worship the Mayor, and it was around the end of term report. For the governing body, 251 hours and 31 minutes of meetings, 124 workshop hours, 210 items of public input, and just under 6,500 questions asked of staff. But when you look at our achievements over the last 3 years, they have been significant. Establishing the Auckland Future Fund to diversify Auckland Council's investment and enhance our region's physical and financial resilience. The Transport Governance Reform to restore democratic accountability for transport back to us. The CCO reform to take back control and stop wasteful spending in general. The bespoke legislative deal on water reform to allow for long-term sustainable investment and balance sheet separation. And let's remember that Watercare are now on a trajectory to spend $3.8 million a day. The tripartite agreement with Port of Auckland and our union partners, that was big. It was big, the deal you did there, Mayor. Good for the port, good for the Maritime Union, good for Auckland Council, and most importantly, good for Aucklanders. The Category 3 buyouts for properties where there was intolerable risks to life. One of the worst things that happened this council term was the 2023 floods. And the work that we did post that was really important. 3-year funding agreements for MOTAT and Auckland Museum, rather than the annual funding levy that we do. And being one of the first 3 regions to enter into a regional deal memorandum of understanding with central government. One that I'm particularly proud of, the highest ever savings target of any council term, or indeed any council in New Zealand. All of this with one of the lowest rates increases of any metropolitan council, and record investment in necessary infrastructure. And last but not least, Brownie's Pool. It has been a huge 3 years. I don't have the long-standing that many of you have around this table by years of service sitting here, but I do believe in my short time that I have sat around this table, this would have to be one of the most transformational terms of Auckland Council we have ever had. And Your Worship, I want to pay tribute to you because it's been your leadership that has taken us through this. Councillors, I urge you to have a look at those committee reports that are on this paper. I know normally, and I know, Mayor, that you are very close to just letting it go. But for me, it's too important not to draw attention to the success of every committee that we've had and the highlights from those committees in this report. They are reports you should be proud of. Councillors, they are the things that you should be talking to your constituents about what we have achieved in our time sitting here around the town hall table. So I just, Your Worship, did want to spend a bit of time, and thank you for your leniency there, but you have done an incredible job, and I think collectively this memo highlights our achievements to Aucklanders and the success that we have done on their behalf. And I'm very happy to move that paper. Thank you.
Unexpected outburst. I think Is there anything else got to be said about this? Because I will put those to those procedural motions. And then we'll go on to the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Very much. Righto, I'd welcome Phil and Ross to our last update of the term. You are standing between us and valedictory speeches, but I hear you have some good news about our credit rating.
Or I might let Ross tell that story, but yes, in a word. Thank you, Your Worship. So just quickly, I'll cover sort of similar territory for consistency quickly. We are in, albeit that we're only 2 months into the financial year in terms of what we're reporting on here, things are on track and looking good. Ross will cover the detail, but, favourable in terms of revenue and expenditure, carrying on the sort of pattern from the previous 12-month period. Clearly, it won't have escaped you that elections are upon us. I just wanted to acknowledge that the work program around elections, probably not your primary interest, but nevertheless quite important in terms of underpinning our democracy. So things are actually going pretty well. It does, I'll be honest with you, it does give me conniptions this time of year for the simple reason that it's quite a logistical exercise running the election. The different variations of voting paper, given all of the permutations, gives me something close to a nightmare. The risk of things going wrong and ending up in the wrong letterboxes with the wrong ballot papers and such like. Things have gone very smoothly, okay, and credit to the team and credit to Dale Offsoski and his team in that regard. There are some differences this time as the process sort of obviously evolves. There are, by the time we're finished, there will have been 100 on-the-go events, opportunities for engagement with the community around the voting option. We've trained 150 volunteers to support those efforts. There are 24 libraries doing special voting, and 100 staff have needed to be trained in terms of supporting that process. There are 185 voting places in the sense of having voting boxes around the region. So, and I'm not really doing justice to the breadth of the effort there, but it's in a good shape. I also acknowledge that your partners in this governance venture in terms of Hokora are also in a process at the moment, and that's going smoothly. Obviously, they're on the same cycle in terms of appointments to Hokora and subsequently appointments to the committees once known post-election. We've talked a lot already in the two previous items about the key aspects of CCO reform. Suffice to say that the transport aspects are dominating our thinking and planning at the moment. I do, not to labour or repeat too much of the earlier conversation, but the way this is being managed is most definitely in conjunction with, collaboratively with Auckland Transport. There is a work program of some emerging kind of sophistication, for want of a better word, underway. There are 8 work streams within that, and Auckland Transport are represented in those. And everything from the development of the submission that you've talked about earlier to the questions of defining the scope, the functioning of a public transport CCO, decisions around, for the new term, sure, but decisions around the extent of delegations to that entity from the governing body, the relationship with local boards and the decision-making allocation there. that's being worked on. There's already been work in terms of the policy and strategy functions and an agreed way forward to bring some people in early from Auckland Transport, so that is planned and underway. There is planning work in terms of the future operation of the new Regional Transport Committee. Obviously, we need a bit of a head start because of the timeframes and frankly, strategic importance of the 30-year transport plan. So that's underway. And then, I thought we were going to get fire alarmed out. Yeah. And then, obviously, there's quite an effort going on in terms of staff communications, given the impact of the changes for quite a significant number of people. The dialogues there, I've personally done a session with all AT staff and some other sessions, and I've visited with the AT board twice now, I think. Councillors Chris and Morris, yes, twice. And I did want to acknowledge the board, the Auckland Transport Board's work on the risk framework. That's very useful, and managing, mitigating that risk has got to be a key focus in terms of the transition. I'll leave it there. I wasn't going to mention this, but I will because it came up indirectly in some commentary from the Deputy Mayor earlier. I think it is important that we do some more work to document the learning, the pluses, the minuses, and what have you of the Super City experience after 2010. We are being asked frequently about that experience because of the wider discussion about local government reform nationally. Okay, questions in the political ether about the role of regional councils, regionalising of local government structures and such like. And I do consider that we've got to have something reasonably scientific, quantified, empirically and what have you in terms of the experience. So I'm working with Gary Blick, the chief economist, on that. There'll be others involved. I'm specifically not going out to an external consultant and spending a whole lot of money on this, but I think we've got to, it is important to capture a bit of the history here in terms of, the financial side and whether there's been efficiencies, how growth and strategic aspects have been dealt with or enabled through that change. Questions of organisation capability and capacity, government relations and such like. I'm not going through an exhaustive list here, but it's an important piece of work, and we will beaver away in the background and do some of that and report to the council post-election. Regional deal discussions are continuing, I think, positively. And we're on track to have an outcome from that later this year in line with the government's timeline. I'm not at liberty to talk about the detail of that, but I will do as soon as we've got a bit more progress made, and it is on its way to be reported back to you this year as a governing body, and likewise to central government. I acknowledge the release of the State of the Environment report. I won't do justice to that by starting to talk about the scope of it, but it is a very important document, and I just draw your attention to it for those who haven't seen it. I acknowledge the payment of the $45 million special dividend from the port company in relation to the Marsden Maritime Holdings shareholding, going to the future fund. So good news in that regard. On the recovery front, now 987 buyer offers accepted, 915 sales completed, 1,144 valuations communicated. So the end number is is forecasted about 1,185. Don't quote me on precisely that, but we're getting very close and on track for the completion of those buyouts as anticipated for the end of the year. The transport program, 83% complete, and 330 properties now cleared with houses removed post buyout. So good progress in that regard. On the customer and service performance front, things are, to generalise, they're stable or improved. There have been some improvements in terms of customer feedback, building consent feedback sitting at 75% customer satisfaction. The volumes are stable, 1,500 consents in the last month. That tracks broadly what we've seen in recent times, slightly up on this time last year. There had been an issue with customer satisfaction in the resource consents area. That was partly due, we think, to a significant spike in resource consent volumes as people put consents in to get in ahead of changes in the development contributions regime. Okay, and the evidence of that is that customer satisfaction in the last month has improved by 21%. So the volumes are now under control and people are happier because they're getting through the process quicker. This is a little bit random, but pool and leisure memberships of our gyms and what have you are up 19% in the 12 months to August. Okay, so the team leading in that space are doing a pretty awesome job, frankly, in terms of that business through the door, that offering to our public in terms of membership. Two final points. We have, I think we had concluded negotiations when I spoke to you a month ago. The collective agreement with all of our salaried staff is now ratified and signed. So that in terms of, I suppose, workforce stability and what have you is under control. There are some discussions are progressing, and we're in a good space in terms of our pools and leisure staff, which is the other big collective agreement being negotiated with unions. But most staff are now sorted in terms of that industrial backdrop. I will leave it there, Your Worship, and ask Ross to comment on the financials.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as the Mayor indicated, so Moody's, one of our two credit rating agencies, have done their annual review, and they have reaffirmed our AA2 very strong credit rating on stable outlook. I think we met with them this in the last couple of weeks. They've came back very quickly and haven't said a hell of a lot. Just they seem very comfortable with where they've got to. They've given the reasons for their rating, the usual things. Our debt metrics, all the numbers look pretty stable and pretty good, but also a strong institutional framework in terms of local government context and Auckland's position within that, the unconstrained ability to raise and adjust revenue, and they've pointed to sort of an increasingly close relationship with central government, things like co-funding the storm recovery and buyouts, moving towards joint transport planning, regional deals, gives them lots of confidence that there is sort of joint financial planning discussions with the Crown. So it all paints a picture of a very strong credit position. So Watercare also have a strong credit position with a AA3 rating. They have done, just prior to 1 July when we've had separation, they've completed the largest corporate debt raise, so that kind of has debt facilities in place for $3.4 billion. That's a backstop. It's not the most efficient way to raise debt. Where they need to get to is raising their own bonds, issuing their own bonds in their own name. And they've just completed their first bond raise, a $400 million five-year bond at pretty competitive rates just in the last couple of days. It's been announced. So that was the intention, was always do that a bit later. It will take some time to get to that point, but they've got a very strong credit rating. The market conditions are right, and so they're out there issuing their own bonds, supported by the group treasury team. So they haven't created their own separate treasury. We're supporting them, but this is them issuing in their name, them telling their own story, and the market responding really favourably. Other things going on, annual report you adopted this morning and confidential, that will be released via the NZX tomorrow morning. I won't comment on that because it's all confidential, but it'll be out there from tomorrow. The annual budget, I did indicate in confidential, but I'm happy to talk about it here. You know, we're going through our normal process of looking at the financial trends to inform that. We'll be coming to the new council early in the term to give an updated financial picture and working towards supporting the new council for the consultation on the next budget by Christmas. There are, sort of consistent with last year, there are some emerging trends and pressures. Part of that is depreciation rising. We've had some increased asset valuations and some more vested assets, so some depreciation pressure. There's a range of things, maintenance costs, public transport costs with indexation. The similar things we had last year are coming back that we'll have to deal with. Inflation's a bit higher than forecast. You made some decisions around level crossing, bringing some stuff forward. There's some interest depreciation impacts the consequential OPEX. The decision at the time was we'll sort that through the annual budget, so that will be the time to work through those things. So it adds up to a picture of some cost pressures, rising costs. The starting point for the next annual budget will be a 7.9% rates increase because of CRL operating costs kicking in. So if things aren't carefully managed, the risk is that it increases towards double digits. Now, obviously, we don't want that, so we'll be working hard, as we've done with the last annual budget, to find mitigation. So there'll be briefings to the incoming council on what do those trends look like, what are the mitigations, our advice will be we need to try to maintain those level of rates increases in the LTP, but to achieve it, we need to increase revenue, contain costs, and just have that constrained approach to everything that we do. Some of the mitigations we've seen in the last annual budget are a bit one-off in nature, and so we need to make sure we're getting that right balance of the short term, but also enduring long-term savings and mitigations, so that we don't end up with another a sizable problem later. So we're not talking about financial crisis, but we are talking about emerging pressures, and we'll work through it, and that sort of tends to happen every budget kind of process. So that's kind of where that's looking at. But the numbers for the month of August are looking pretty reasonable. We've seen group revenue slightly hit a budget, 1% favourable. Ports revenue, regulatory revenue doing well. We've seen costs across the group 3% favourable to budget, although a lot of that is sort of mainly timing differences. Capital delivery, 540 odd million of CapEx delivered year to date to the end of August, 81% of budget. A lot of that is some timing differences. We've got a Port of Auckland are a bit behind compared to budget timing, but they will be gearing up now that they've got the fast track consent approval all underway, and so they'll be proceeding with their investment program for the year very shortly. So those are those updates. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Ross. We're both happy to take any questions, noting that it's now you standing between us and the valedictory speeches, and am around through the afternoon if there's anything you want to pick up.
Okay, I've got Councillor Water, Councillor Furley, Councillor Hills, and they're all lining up.
I've got a question. I was just joking.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
I've got a few requests, and in large part they're directed to you, Phil. And the general context is, if there's one thing that election time does for me, more than any other time, I actually get out and I talk to a lot of people. Ordinary homeowners, people in business, contractors, and I get a lot of intelligence. But what's clear to me is, as much and all of that is anecdotal. It's going to be useful to be informed. And this goes to the incoming council. So I think it's really important that we get a handle on Auckland's economy, and in particular how people are being affected, how they're being affected by rate rises. That's been disproportionate across Auckland, and I know in parts of the Albany ward it's really bad. Anecdotally, people having huge difficulty budgeting, people thinking about moving and selling up if they can, but great deal of difficulty because they've lost all their equity. So we really need to get a good handle on the reality that a lot of people are facing out there so that we know, and I think it's incredibly important that the incoming council receive that advice, irrespective of what light it casts us in. And yes, there will be differences across Auckland, and I can't speak for what's happening in other wards and other areas, but I've got a pretty acute understanding of what's happening across parts of the Albany ward. Over and above that, it's clear that all people are also real concerned around the amount of medical support that they can receive. They're really concerned around schooling and roles and the like. And these are very basic things that impact on people. And yes, they may be areas that council interacts with to a greater or lesser degree, but fundamentally they're very important. They're asking, well, where are the schools going to be? Where's the hospital going to be that we need? These sorts of things. And they're vitally important for people in Auckland. It's pretty clear to me that there's been a lot of advice or information I've received about council contracts and procurement and the like, and real concerns about people missing out. And I only find this out when I talk to people on the coalface and how it affects them and the number of people that might be losing their jobs. So I've got a very real concern around that and just what the council can do in that respect to turn things around. The other area that's acutely concerning people, and I raised it
point of order.
Yesterday, these are all questions. They go to information that I'm seeking from the Chief Executive. I'd like to be able to continue if I can. I don't go out of my way to interrupt other people. The other thing that concerns people is what's happening in their neighbourhoods in terms of the pepper pot developments, the parking that they're seeing on the streets, the impact on their shading, loss of trees, a whole range of things that impact on them. And again, these are things that sometimes people will say to me, well, we're going to sell up, okay? We can see what's happening in our area and we don't want that. And these things affect people hugely. So I think it's imperative that this council receives information that informs this plan change process going forward, that looks at case studies of what's actually happening on the ground, and then extrapolates that in terms of what the impacts will be, because the impacts that people I speak to tell me are severe as far as they're concerned. And these things really matter to them. They're really important. And of course, they expect that I'm going to be able to do something about a number of these things. And of course, that's particularly difficult, but at least I can say I'll endeavour to be as informed as I can. So I'm making a request that the incoming council receives information that's relevant. It might be particularly detailed in some areas. I'm sure we may well have some of this information, and it needs to be grounded. You're welcome to respond if you think fit, Phil.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, look, I think everyone around the table would appreciate the need for us to have a broad understanding of what's happening in the community, so no argument there. I will be recommending to the incoming mayor, the incoming governing body, that we spend some time early on, I think I mentioned this earlier, having a look at the Auckland landscape, the strategic issues facing us and what have you. So I think the best answer to your challenge is that we create the time early in the new term to have that sort of broader look about what's happening in the region and what those pressures on the community are. Some of the responses clearly in the space of advocacy to central government, who's primarily responsible for some of those things, but there may be things practically that we can do ourselves and that you want to discuss as an incoming governing body. So thank you.
If I can just make one further remark, and that is that a number of these issues, they actually compound on each other. So on the Hibiscus Coast, for example, we've got a cap on sewage connections now. That impacts on property values. So the person that's lost the equity in their property looking to sell maybe can't even sell, you know, without taking such a cut that it impacts on everything. These are blunt realities that people are facing, where a whole lot of things are coming at them together. So they're important. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora. Just a question, Phil. Recently we saw a huge march in Auckland around pay equity for women, and I wonder, are you able to talk to that in terms of what we did as a council in finishing off that the pay claim for our library assistants? Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So, important to acknowledge that with the change in legislation, the pay equity claim through the formal process that we had been dealing with was put on the shelf. What we did as a consequence, however, was to have we had already acknowledged and therefore had a good faith responsibility, in my view, to follow through on that question of pay equity for some of the people in our libraries area. We concluded those discussions, and those changes have now been made and frankly very positively received. So we had provided budget to do that, and so we're in a fortunate position financially to be able to. So that's concluded. More generally, we've applied the latest living wage update, and we've had a focus at the bottom end of the salary line, which has an equity effect as well. So to be honest, I'm pleased with where we're at there. We've been able to deal with it, and it's been very positively received with the PSA and by the staff affected.
Kia ora, and I really appreciate your leadership on that. Thank you.
Seem to be no more questions, so you can relax there for another 3 years, and then we'll go to...
Safe in the knowledge that people are praying for me.
Yes, very nice indeed. But there was no God. Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just think it's appropriate, considering it's the last governing body, to pay tribute to both the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer. I'll start with Ross, and I'm sorry, he's behind me. I wish he was in front of me. But we did start this term off with a $325 million budget gap. And we've gone from that to the results in the annual report, which I am unable to share until tomorrow, but which I will say I believe are very favourable. In between all that, we've done the sale of the airport shares and started up the Auckland Future Fund. And not to mention the fact, and I've said it before, that we have achieved the highest savings result over the last 3 years of any council term and any council in New Zealand. So I think financially we are in very good hands, and to hear it confirmed yet again today that we have kept our credit rating in amongst all of that is in no small part put at the feet of our wonderful Chief Financial Officer and team. So I do want to pay tribute to you, Ross, and the team of people, the wonderful team of people that you have working with and for you. Chief Executive, the same goes to you. It's been a monumental 3 years. You've had some tough things to do, without a doubt. But in my opinion, one of the hardest things you've had to do is negotiate our way through the floods with the team and the impact of that to the people of Auckland and as an organisation. You've also had to take on board the absorption of the CCOs, Panuku, the change of work around Tātaki, economic development, etc. So it's been a lot for you to do. very nervous about what you're going to do over the last little week before we're sworn in again, because Gloria knows what you'll do with the delegations that are given to you. But I urge you a little bit of caution, please. Wait for us to come back. But in all seriousness, you've done a great job too. So we only employ one person, and that's you. And I think on behalf of us all, I just want to say thank you to you and your vast team for the work you do on behalf of us and on behalf of Aucklanders. Thank you.
Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora he mana. Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Desley took most of it, Phil. I just wanted to acknowledge your work and just wanted to add that there are several staff that I talked to, and when I asked them to rate you, some of them
we want to see that, Councillor, we want to see that.
Some of them I won't repeat what they said, but 99.9% of the people said that under your leadership, they are very positive in the direction that the council is heading. So I congratulate you on that, because I know we had a talk when you were looking at, not looking, but you did do the restructuring when you first came in. So full congratulations to you. I'm going to now mention something, because you ended up talking about the last 15 years of Auckland Council, things that may have gone well and those that may not have gone well. I'm going to mention something that I forgot to mention at item 10 with Letitia and with Carl, and that is the asset sales in the 10-year period between 2015 and July of 2025. That was overlooked in that particular item, and that asset sales contributed $761 million, which was in excess of what their target was, the SOI, and that excess was 129 million. But also Eke Panuku achieved over the total sales in 10 years of 1.05 billion. So I want to acknowledge Eke Panuku, but also acknowledge the fact that they're now back in with council, with the property department. But Phil, again, that's over your leadership as well in regards to hopefully moving forward. So I just wanted to congratulate you and all your staff that you have for them over this term. So ngā mihi kia koe, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa to all of your staff. Kia ora. Thank you, he mana.
Thank you. Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, Chair. I just want to add my voice as well to commending our CE, Phil, for the amazing work that he and his team has done. And I just wanted to pick up, because someone earlier on said what an advantage it is to have you there in terms of overseeing what's happening with the transport space, probably the biggest change in this council's life, because you've been there since day one, because you've been part of this council since day one. I think it was Councillor Fletcher who said that. And it made me think immediately of what we say in the South Auckland when you're my day one. Someone is your ride or die, you call them your day ones. And that's what I think of when I think of you, Phil, because you do your job over and above what's required of you, because you've been here since day one. And I think that you very much see this organisation as part of your family, and you certainly lead in that way, and including in the way that you treat the staff that sit underneath you as well. It's not lost on me that we employ thousands and thousands of Aucklanders. They are residents, they are ratepayers as well. So I'm really glad that we as a living wage employer have really been leaders in that kaupapa and now in the pay equity space as well. So I commend you. I thank you for being our day one. And as I said earlier, because I do believe there is a God, I will keep praying for you. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Leone, please.
So I just also want to commend you, Phil. I know that you've had a lot of acknowledgements now, but I mean, given we're not sure how things are going to work out after the election, I just really want to acknowledge the great leadership that you've provided for our city, and to Ross and to all of the staff, really. I know that when you became the CE, you were going to be great to take our city forward, and you'll continue to do that. Just also want to really highlight the Māori outcome space as well, and the great things that have happened there. So thank you so much for your leadership. And yeah, thank you again. Hope you do get a little bit of a break.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I know that some councillors hate it when we go on thank you sprees, but I don't really care. Just want to say thank you to Phil. It's great to have him in the role, and I know that staff really appreciate it. But I just want to acknowledge all our staff, and especially our CSAs and the democracy team, and the people who put up with put up with us. I won't say any other words, but just, it's a huge undertaking, all the random stuff we have to deal with, whether it's big or small. And I do want to give a big shout out to Megan, supporting the huge amount of work for our committee, and other committees. I don't think a lot of the time people have any idea the amount of hours Megan and her team put into this place. And we're working on the report in the weekend. I sadly have many calls with her at 9 or 10 p.m. at night. There's so much work that is done behind the scenes to get to the table. And, Megan is one person, and I'm sure she would hate me singling her out, but the phenomenal amount of work that she does. Also want to acknowledge the Mayor and his staff. It was a whirlwind when you were elected Mayor, and a lot of us thought, what are we going to get? But to be honest, I've found you really good to work with. We obviously haven't always agreed on everything, but you've listened. If you've said to me, prove why something's worth keeping or not cutting or whatever the process is, you've actually stuck to it, and you've stuck to the word to me every time. So I just want to say thank you, and to thank all the councillors around here. It is a weird job. I hope that next term, whoever's back, we can have a bit more of a personal start to the term. We sit around this table and don't really get to know each other personally. It's a very odd work environment, sometimes very lonely around the table. So I just want to acknowledge each other, genuinely, because we all come here for the right reasons, I believe, and choose to vote certain ways and do certain things based on what we hear from our community. So I do hope for us and the local boards and everyone we work with that we can have a more stable term next time. Hopefully no natural disasters and things, but or pandemics. It has been a really hard time for our staff and the elected members. People don't like it when we talk about ourselves, but I think this is an important job that we don't often really think or talk about as an important job. So good luck to everyone, and big shout out to my co-buddy Chris. It's going to be strange without you. It's very lonely standing at the Milford Mall and the Devonport New World and the ferry all by myself. And Leighton was not impressed that he had to put up billboards, and now he's seen why you probably didn't like putting up billboards with me, because I don't do a lot of the billboarding. I do a lot of standing around. But it's, as you can imagine, billboards are not my forte. But and Angela, just honestly, Angela, having you as deputy chair to this committee and the things we've had to do, and honestly, your integrity and the work you do, and I'm going to miss you so much as well. So, yeah, I know some people don't like these types of speeches at governing body, but at Parliament they spend a whole day doing closing speeches and all sorts of different things, so we can spend 5 minutes acknowledging. But congratulations to the council, all the people involved with it. It's really hard. The next 3 years will be hard for whoever's here too. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm going to move that we receive the information provided in the report of the Chief Financial, and I can go, well, there's a fight over there. I'll try someone up this side for a change. Councillor Bartley. That's exactly why I chose you. Fantastic skill set. Righto. I think we've had enough about that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried very much. Okay, we got through a good day. We've approved several kilograms of the annual report. So anyone who feels we're not sufficiently open and reporting on that is welcome to wade their way through that. It took me a day and 3/4 to read that lot there, and I didn't find too many mistakes. Now, we get to the stage where item 19, valedictories. This will be something new for me. For those, thanks to those of you who have served Auckland so well over so many years, we will hear from colleagues chosen alphabetically, and Councillor Dalton will lead off with her speech from the screen. It's sad that you're not here, Councillor Dalton. I hope your new knee is thrusting you forward into a wonderful future.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to be there this week too. I was hoping it would be the case, but didn't work out that way. Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor, councillors, colleagues and friends. 18 years ago, I stepped into the world of local government with a simple but powerful intention, and that was to serve communities often unheard, to bring lived experience into rooms where decisions are made, and to help shape a council that reflects the people it represents in all of their diversity, strength and potential. It has been the privilege of a lifetime. When I gave my maiden speech to the 2019 governing body, I spoke about shared governance, the importance of our local boards, the need for stronger relationships with Māori, and the value of women in leadership. I believed then, as I still do now, that inclusive leadership is not just an ideal, it's a necessity. I also spoke of my intention to be pragmatic, curious, occasionally disruptive, but not destructive. I'd like to think that I've stayed true to that promise. Over these 18 years, from before the Super City, through roles as local board chair, deputy chair and councillor, I have seen the machinery of council from many angles. I've seen what works and what doesn't. I've watched as good intentions sometimes collided with operational complexity, and I've worked hard to ask the right questions, especially when those policies risked unintended consequences to our communities. I've always believed that good governance starts with listening, really listening to the people we serve. I always believed that our local boards should be empowered as true partners in shared decision making, that our Māori communities should deserve not just engagement but real influence, that communities in the South are just as entitled to investment, dignity and opportunity as any other part of Auckland. And I have always believed that women, especially women with lived experience, must have a seat at the table, not to replace men, but to stand shoulder to shoulder, bringing balance, insight, and a different kind of strength. My journey in local government has not been without its challenges. It never is. But I've stood with integrity, held fast to my values, and made decisions that I believed would improve lives, especially for those whose voices are too often left out of the conversation. To the people of Manurewa and Papakura, thank you. Thank you for your trust, your honesty, and your unwavering belief that local government can be a force for good. Your mandate has always anchored me, and it always will. To my colleagues, past and present, thank you for the shared efforts, the respectful debates, and the moments of laughter along the way. We may not always have agreed, but we showed up, we did the work, and strove for something bigger than ourselves. To the council staff, thank you for your advice, your professionalism, and for putting up with my various lines of questioning over the years. You've helped me do a better job, and that matters. As I step away from this formal role, I do so with gratitude, with pride, and with a firm belief that leadership doesn't end with a title. I'll continue to champion equity, inclusion, and courageous conversations, just in new ways, supporting others, coaching, mentoring, continuing the work just with a different lens. Because the work is never finished, and neither am I. Finally, I want to leave you with the same words I used to close my very first speech here. If we are to have an Auckland that is truly inclusive, that starts right here with leadership that is inclusive. We are, and always will be, stronger together. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou katoa.
What a wonderful speech. Thank you, Councillor. And we all wish you the very best for your future. A very kind speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really. Councillor Darby, beat that. You can come around here to the pulpit.
The red light's on. Mayor, councillors, Chief Executive, and all the staff, Aucklanders, this is my last hurrah. After 21 years in public office, my chapter with you closes, making space for something new for me. First up as a councillor at North Shore for some 6 years. I had a term as a local board chair, and then 12 years as an Auckland councillor. I've absolutely loved this work. Not every day was easy, but every day mattered. I gave it everything, and now, in this one precious life that we have, it's time to take stock and create chapters of long set aside. Firstly, I want to express a massive heartfelt thank you to my family for the many years I've been in civic governance. My wife, Diana, you gave me so much room, endless support for this role. Thank you. Now, I'm going to breathe. Okay? My daughters, Anna, Taya, and Isla, who tolerated, sort of, the absent dad, the late home dad, the dad who read reports at the beach, and who have backed me solidly in doing this job. Thank you to my girls. About 21 years ago, I was chatting with a friend I'd managed a couple of election campaigns for. We met through my leading the Ngātaringa Bay Society, an environmental group that took and won several court challenges against the then developer of the Bayswater Marina. He mentioned stepping aside from the North Shore City Council and standing for the Auckland Regional Council. Great, I said. I'll pitch in again and help you bring in the North Shore vote. His reply went like this: you might be busy on your own campaign. You should stand for the council seat I'm vacating. Not a chance, I replied. A few months later, I topped the poll and became North Shore City Councillor. To my friend Joel Cayford, thanks for charting this 21-year chapter of service. To the people of the North Shore, thank you for trusting me with your support, for putting your faith in me. Thanks for turning up progressive with big ideas for 21 continuous years in a part of town which many would have said was a bastion of political conservatism where no big ideas were actually required. I've worked with some quite remarkable, talented and ultra-smart council staff in my time. Partnerships and bonds were formed to create the very best outcomes for my shore and the whole of Auckland. The highlight was my 6 years as Planning Committee Chair. I make special mention of the strategy, planning, transport and mayoral office teams that allowed those 6 flat-out years to produce great things for our city. Thanks for helping me push the boundary out, throw the ball long, way over that boundary, and every day chase it hard. By my side for the last 12 years, I've enjoyed the firm hand of support from some very skilled governance advisors. Thanks to those many fine individuals for having my back. In recent years, we've seen a raft of unsettling but necessary structural changes. To all the amazing staff dedicated to making Auckland better by the day, every day, stay the course. Auckland needs you. The number of councillors, mayors, community board and local board members, panel members and CCO board members I've worked alongside
is quite considerable. I've had wide-ranging governance roles. They must number in the hundreds. I'm grateful to all those I worked with around the tables, for the relationships forged and those who similarly saw themselves as leaders on a mission to get stuff done, add value every day, and nudge Auckland forward. You're absolute legends. One in particular I will mention is the incomparable, omnipresent Mayor Len Brown. Len showed me that vision and big ideas could be realised with strategy and calculated execution. Len was the consummate city cheerleader who navigated the organised chaos of amalgamation and helped lay important foundations for councils to come, this city and generations not yet born. I hope to see him hand the scissors and open Len's train set next year. So deserving. On succession planning, I got it half right, urging my North Shore partner, Councillor Richard Hills, a top-notch representative, Richard, you are, to leave the local board 9 years ago. I partly got it right. Richard, you're an absolute star. I'm absolutely proud to be have stood along you for 9 years and worked every day constructively with you for our people. We never parted company. We went the whole way together. The second part of the succession plan was to nurture another progressive, community-connected representative to take my place. Well, that was all looking good until early this year when she saw new opportunities for her family in Brisbane. Tony, you're a talent lost. In 2004, I stood on a platform, or affiliation as it was on the ballot papers, clean beaches, public transport. Beaches were closing from sewage overflows, buses came hourly. I was advised by the electoral officer to use the word independent like other candidates. Independent of what, I asked. The conversation dulled pretty quickly, and clean beaches, public transport got his nod. Improving the natural environment and reshaping public transport remain my anchors, but beneath that was a deeper impulse to shape spaces that matter, to design lives not yet lived, and to champion a city that reflects the very best of us. I've never resigned from those key areas of focus and never from my core values, values that hold the rudder on me staying true to self. What began as a call to repair became a 21-year vocation to restore, to reimagine and reconnect Auckland with its own best version. I never lost sight of the whole. The work spans stormwater to urban poetry, zoning rules to electric ferries. Being a councillor is like doing a new university paper every day, I once quipped to a constituent, and it never stopped being true. As planning committee chair, I quietly referred to myself as the architect for Auckland, a phrase that captured both the scale of the job and my intent. In my maiden speech of 2013, I said we needed to face up to some brutal inadequacies of the city, including inefficient land use planning stemming from a car-dependent transport system and releasing Auckland from that 1950s time warp. I pushed for public transport to be modern, seamless and sought after. I fought for a quality compact city and design that serves. As I often said, we must plan for generations we'll never meet. That belief shaped my time in public life and continues to guide me. From libraries to ferry basins, public squares to master plans, I've tried to leave behind places and ideas that endure. Of course, the work has its solitude. Being a councillor standing outside the political tribes meant there were many long nights and very lonely calls. But I stood for something. I stood for optimism, legacy, and the ideas that spark joy and debate. I reminded myself, I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to be useful. The work asked much, but it gave a lot more. Now, I'm not one to spend too much time looking in the rearview mirror, the accomplishments, the creations, and the special things achieved along the way. It's things I touched lightly, guided, played an integral part in delivering. I was always consumed with what's up next, rather than looking back. But I'll take a little moment. I won't take you down the path of the mystery of planning. We achieved many things in that area. Creating unique buildings and places for people has been a lifelong passion. When I came to council, I discovered the opportunity to help create truly wonderful public buildings. One such building that I'm immensely proud of is the 21st Century Library that embraces the digital age, provides flexible community spaces, is innovative, and it is an environment that people would fall in love with. As an inaugural local board chair, I inherited a concept plan that supported site evaluation process for a particular site. The plan was essentially a bulk and location analysis, and I knew not worthy of progressing, though many in my community thought it was better than the existing building. True. Instinctively, I knew there was a much bigger idea to be realised, and with the support of a magnificent local board at that time, we went to market in the form of a mini design competition, something I was very keen on. Athfield Architects won the job, and in 2015, the new Devonport Library opened. 35,000 people came its way in the first month, and membership increased tenfold. Juxtaposed with the Edwardian and Victorian era buildings on Devonport's High Street, many heritage aficionados shook their heads in disbelief. How could I advocate for such modernism in our historic village? Why doesn't it have a pointy roof? And why on earth does it have a round window? We don't have round windows in Devonport. The library brought a retail approach to showing the collection. Users enjoyed a sunlit reading room, study spaces, teen and children's spaces, a community room, and an external reading courtyard that extends the library into the park. Devonport Library went on to win regional and national architecture awards and was shortlisted for International Library of the Year in 2015. It is an elegant, honest building that provides a much-loved community anchor, so very special indeed in my heart. Still on the shore, repositioning Takapuna as a metro centre in our centres hierarchy was part of the long game to turn Takapuna around, have it face the best urban beach in Auckland, dispense with the soulless car park that severed the centre at its core, and develop the now unifying Waiwharariki Square, and then catalyse the huge private investment now becoming evident. Takapuna is on its merry way. I brought a similar play to Northcote Central, always knowing the game was a long one of 10 or 15 years. Northcote Central is now unfolding with a new community hub and expanded library, green spaces following the Awataha stream, and hot on its heels coming new shops, eateries, offices, homes, retirement village, an anchor supermarket and a town square. These are but two examples of the urban regeneration initiatives that the former Eke Panuku has successfully led across many of our town centres. That program, one that I backed hard, has been and will be in the future recognised as significant in revitalising the social and economic fabric of our suburban centres. I urge those that sit here in the future to back that work even harder and roll it out to embrace all our town centres. In my time, I've taken on hundreds of roles, as I mentioned, and one dear to my heart was being an inaugural member of the Tupuna Maunga Authority, responsible for the care and co-governance of 14 ancestral maunga across Tāmaki. These maunga hold deep historical, cultural and spiritual significance for iwi, hapu and Aucklanders. In my time at the authority, I learned the significance of these fragile, living cultural landscapes. I learned of the sensitivity iwi had to cars being driven all over the maunga, particularly the tihi. I'm delighted to have been a strong voice that got in behind making our maunga places to peacefully walk, not drive. Councillors would have heard me ask the chair of the Tupuna Maunga Authority when reporting to us, asking about progress on lodging an application for UNESCO World Heritage Site status for the Maunga and the Auckland volcanic fields. Members, it is absolutely unique. Keep it on your radar. Make it happen. It sure beats a colonial pub in Russell. Auckland gave me 21 years to serve and shape its story. I stood where voices clashed and visions formed, where change came quietly, step by step, And now, with gratitude and absolutely no regret, I step aside, not from this city, but from a role that's run its course. Leadership, it has its season. My time in office is complete, but service will continue in new ways. New voices will write these next chapters. Auckland keeps unfolding. To the city, its people, and all who shared my journey, thank you. For your trust, your energy, your ideas, it was an absolute privilege to help shape what we built together. It's not a goodbye right now, it's a turning for me towards new questions, fresh contributions, and Auckland's evolving story. I remain absolutely optimistic for the city, its people, this council, and the work ahead. And 12 years ago, in my maiden speech, when describing Auckland forging a new path, I quoted the lyrics from my favourite New Zealand band, the uniquely outrageous creative Split Ends. Those lyrics in part read, Aotearoa, rugged individual, glisten like a pearl at the bottom of the world. Today, with gratitude and a contented glisten or two in my eyes, I sign off with the title of Split Ends' final studio album, See You Round.
Well, that was excellent. Thank you very much indeed. And we look forward to one more before we thank each other. And I must say, before I also thank my Deputy Mayor for the excellent work she's done. But on her way towards us now is that well-known saviour of disasters and leader in the emergency management sector. Put your hands together for Council Sharon Stewart.
Oh, right. Well, it's been 30 years. I just want to let you know how I got involved in local government. I don't usually blow my own trumpet, but I'm going to today. First of all, I want to thank my family for putting up with me for these 30 years. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be here today because we weren't sure what time it was going to finish or start or whatever. So anyway, I've loved serving the council. I've been here for 30 years, I said. So here's my little bit of history. In 1989, one of our local parks, I was down at the park, down at Juliet Park, and I had my son Thomas, he was in a pushchair. Some kid had thrown a fireworks into and it landed in the pushchair, and these kids were hiding behind some quite dangerous equipment. So people have been trying to get rid of the equipment for about 20 years, and it took me 5 weeks to get rid of it. So we got rid of the dangerous structure where there were homeless and drug users were hiding, and they were leaving behind needles and used condoms. And with 5 weeks, it was removed. And with a group of local mothers, we fundraised, and we ended up getting some new equipment for the park. And it was kind of funny because I was watching a program on TV, and it was one of the prizes was actually park equipment, and this park equipment was about $30,000 or $40,000, $50,000 worth, and the people that won it, they didn't have anywhere to put it. So I thought, well, let's see if we can do a deal. So we rang the television station, and I said, well, if we've raised $3,000, could we buy it? And so we did. And so the Howard Council at the time, before it became Manukau Council, they put the new park in. You're seeing at the moment some photos going through all the years from 1995 when I was elected onto the Howard Local Board, and then right to this time. So we'll move on to 1990. A friend of mine, she died from childbirth at National Women's Hospital, and left behind 4 young children. And another friend of mine in Howick, she was also giving birth, and her husband rang to say that Diana had just given birth, and I thought, well, Charmaine, this other friend of mine, nobody had told me whether she'd given birth, so I looked over at the death notice as something that I normally wouldn't do, and I said to my husband, I can't believe this is Charmaine, and mentioning the husband and the 4 children. And so we went to the funeral, and Ian saw us there and said, could I do something in Charmaine's memory? And I said, sure, and it was to give blood. So a lot of you, well, especially the people in Howick, they probably know the sort of thing that I normally do. Sometimes I do things a little bit different. I ended up, I found that she needed 100 litres of blood to try and keep her alive, and unfortunately it didn't happen. And so I ended up getting these milk bottles, 2 litre milk bottles, and I filled them up every day for 2 weeks with water and red colouring to look like blood. And I had a beautiful photo of Charmaine, and people, and I asked everybody to come and donate blood. We ended up with so many people coming to donate blood in Charmaine's memory that the blood bank, they had to turn the people away, and they said they'd never ever seen anything like it before. So then we'll move on to 1991. I was awarded Howick Citizen of the Year for services for Howick. I had no idea I was getting it. In fact, the night that they awarded me was the night before we flew off to Singapore. My husband's a structural engineer, and we lived in Singapore for 2 years. He was a structural engineer for one of the Four Seasons complex in Orchard Road. And then when we returned to New Zealand, I realised that being a foreigner in a country and not knowing many people, we had a lot of people coming into New Zealand, and I could see some of them were really, really struggling. So in 1995, I decided to organise a meeting with a whole lot of the Asian community. So we had people from China, do you want to swap it? Okay. Can I? I kept fading in and out. Okay. So anyway, so in 1995, I ended up becoming the chairperson of the United Asian Association, and I was the only female. And so all the men decided that I'd be the best choice to be the chairperson, and not being Asian, and so that was all good. So then I was elected to the Howick Local Board also in 1995. 1995 was a busy year for me. I also organised the Howick in the Park Oriental New Year with the Howick Lions Club. Asia 2000, they asked me if I'd like to assist them when they started. They were getting ready for the millennium, and I said I'd rather carry on doing what I do voluntary, but I'd be very happy to assist if they really needed me. And also in 1995, I called a public meeting at the bowling club at Sales Street, and you'd have seen pictured somewhere, if it hasn't already happened, there was Winston Peters and Rodney Hyde, they attended, and the meeting was about helping new immigrants to settle into New Zealand way of life. In 1998, I was elected to Councillor for Howick Ward for Manukau City Council, and I had the privilege of working alongside Sir Barry Curtis, who was in his earlier life a town planner, and he always planned in stages. That's something he always took pride in. And Sir Barry Curtis, he was definitely a statesman and very well respected. In 1999, I organised the first ever New Zealand International Search and Rescue Team to go to Taiwan. On the 21st of September, they had an earthquake which buried alive approximately 6,000 people. Now, how I found out about it, I was listening to the radio at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I heard there'd been an earthquake. And in Howick, there were a lot of Taiwanese people in the community. There was a gentleman by the name of Y.S. Shea. He, anyway, I rang him, and I knew that his sons were living in this part of Taiwan where they'd had the earthquake. He didn't know anything about it, so I said, well, would you like to bring them, make sure that they're okay? And I said, is there anything I can do? I said, perhaps I could try and organise a search and rescue team from New Zealand to go over to Taiwan. And I thought that would be quite an easy thing to do. But anyway, I made a few phone calls, and Mitchell Brown, who's with Friends, was in Auckland at the time. He said, well, you better ring Sandy Loban, who was down in Palmerston North. And he said to me, well, he said, unfortunately, we haven't got a budget and the government hasn't got legislation to send anybody over. So what had actually happened in 1999, it was, and I'm patting myself on the back for this one, it was really my efforts to get the very first New Zealand Search and Rescue international team to go to Taiwan. And the search and rescue team that went across, when they came back 7 days later, they said it was just absolutely incredible. And they said what we learnt there, it was just so invaluable. It was amazing. So, and I said to them, when they went, I said, you're going to find that one day you're going to need these skills. And then, sure enough, we had the earthquake down in Christchurch. So, anyway, back in we're getting up to 2000 now. In 2000, I helped to get a moratorium in parts of Howick and Pakuranga that were known to be flood-prone areas. In 2003, after seeing so much poor consenting, I then invited Audit New Zealand and Montgomery Watson to look at the building consenting of Manukau Council. They came up with a very damning report. In 2004, the Audit New Zealand report, it came out, and it took them 6 months of investigation. And having a husband that was a structural engineer, and some of his friends were some of the, I would say, very high-level structural engineers. One of them designed Sentosa over in Singapore. So we had very high level. They happened to be attending my husband's 40th birthday, and I said to them, right, you're all here from Christchurch and Wellington and wherever. I said, I want you to come and have a look at some examples that I'd been collecting in the Manukau area, and they were amazed. And anyway, after the investigation, I had very close came up in the car with me and his driver at the time, and he had a look at all these examples that I'd given him, and he said, my girl, he said, I hadn't realised anything was so bad. So anyway, we'll then move still on 2003. I went on from organising the Howick in the Park Oriental New Year, and I called it Oriental New Year because I wanted everybody, whether you were Chinese, Korean, Japanese, whatever, celebrating, that everybody felt included. So then I then moved from the Oriental New Year to the Howick Military Tattoo with strongman events and reenactors to honour the life of my brother Johnny, who was killed in a work accident in Sydney. Sydney was the Australasian General Manager for Owens Logistics. Unfortunately, the container he was checking on had chemicals in it, and it appears that the RT that he had on him had caused a reaction, and he was blown up and he was killed. Manukau City Council, right. I had a very good working relationship with the Mayor and the staff and fellow councillors, and some also have served around this council chamber. There was Sir John Walker, the late Dick Quacks, Al Filipina, Daniel Newman, Jamie Lee Ross, Arthur and I hope I haven't missed anybody out, but I think that's probably about it. I also had a good working relationship with Phil Wilson, who's now our CEO. I can always remember Lorette Wasnot. She said, that young man, one day he'll be the CEO, and that was when we were in Manukau. So here we are, moving on to 2010, the amalgamation of the councils for the Auckland region. I stood for the election and I put my name down for the council and to the local board, as I truly wanted to serve my community. my husband David and my campaign manager Nigel Edwards had Jamie Lee and Dick Quacks tell them Sharon didn't have a hope in hell of getting elected. So I thought, wow, I didn't have a chance. I just hoped that I'd worked hard enough in the community. On the 8th of October 2010, I received a phone call, and it was from Doug Mackay. He rang to congratulate me, and he said, I said to him, did I get the local board? And he said, well, you not only got the local board, but you got the council for the Howick seat. And he said, you topped the polls, receiving 23,718 votes. I received 5,000 votes more than Jamie Lee and Dick Quacks. And he said, you also topped the polls for the whole country. In 2011, we had a by-election, and Jamie Lee, he was going down to central government, and Dick Quacks, he won the by-election. Dick and I became wonderful friends, and we always watched each other's backs. In 2013, Bernard Orsman, he did an article on council is horrified of sowing, and I said, well, as you can see, I was pretty well on the money. Back in 2013, I was talking about it. You can have a look on Google. 2022, the election, that was an interesting one. The Right Honourable Maurice Williamson, who'd been a Cabinet Minister for National and Consul General for LA, decided he wanted to stand for the council, and he wanted to continue serving the community and the region that he loves. We both stood together and we were duly elected. We've been extremely lucky to have Maurice Williamson around the council table. He's very good at getting things done in the background. In 2023, as Chair of Civil Defence, it was a challenging year with the anniversary floods. Unfortunately, Mother Nature, it's not often kind. The council so it wasn't kind, and there's quite a few people that weren't very kind at that particular time. Anyway, the council had an honest report from Mike Bosch, and lots of changes have been made to improve the way that civil defence and emergency services handle these situations. I'm pleased to say that we have now an extremely good set of hands in control of civil defence, and I'd like to thank Adam Maggs and the team. I'd also like to say I have enjoyed working with the Mayor, Wayne Brown, and the Mayor's man, Stu Mullen. Is he around? Behind, yeah. And all of those that are standing again for whatever position, I want to wish you all the best of luck. And I want to thank all my wonderful CSAs, and I've had some outstanding ones: Miriam, Connor, Rachel, Lolo, Chris, Tamsin, and others over the years. And I'd also like to thank Alan Pilbrow, who believed in me in 2010. He was right behind me, helping me to get elected for the new super city for Auckland Council. So what happened? I had all my signs all printed and ready to go. I had about 50 or 60 of them. They're all blue. And anyway, Alan had come up with the colour orange and black. And, so I really do have to appreciate what he did for me. So my campaign manager, who happened to be one of Morris's campaign managers when he first got elected to Pakuranga, he said to me, you better look out the window. And I looked out the window and I looked down, and there was this huge van, and it had my face all over it, and I couldn't believe it. And it was all in the orange, black and orange, and so anyway, that became my campaign colours after that. So I want to thank Alan for that. And I mean, and he did all my signs and everything. I was blown away. I just couldn't believe it, because I never usually ever ask anybody to help me, and it's one of the things that I feel very proud of, and that's something that I want my children and grandchildren to grow up doing the same. I never had my hand out and asking people for any money. In fact, I'll just tell you something. All the different things, and you're gonna very soon you're going to see the one of the Howick military tattoos that I put on. I think it was the 2014 or 15 when I've been doing it for 2000 anyway, whatever. And with that, I didn't get any funding from the council. The money I got from the pub charities and things, and I was always really proud of that. But I can remember one year when I did the Oriental New Year, going back to about 2000, I ended up getting Sky City to sponsor 20 acrobats, professional acrobats that came from Taiwan, and they put on a display out at the Howard Domain for all the public. We had about 20,000 people that turned up. It was all free. And so Sky City, they use those acrobats for the Chinese New Year. So I'm nearly finished. So anyway, it's time to retire and to enjoy my grandchildren and spend more time with my husband, who's retiring on the 3rd of October. And it's time to start enjoying my life because it's really precious. And I want to leave you with something a little bit different. I want you to have a look. It's only about a 2-minute little video of one of the military tattoos that I had organised. But before that goes on, I just want to also wish Simon Wilson a very happy retirement, because I know you're going to be retiring, I think, later in the year. And we all deserve a good retirement. And Chris, I hope you have a good retirement, and Angela and anybody that's going to retire. So, all right. So shall I leave it? I'll leave. These guys have been working on this for me for a wee while.
There's a better life for me and you.
There's just one more thing happening. 2 minutes. When the big guns came out, that was really special. That was organised by a very good friend of mine, Larry Brown. Very good friend of mine. No cost to the ratepayers. Every year we have a different reenactment. We even got to the council and it was wonderful. That man that you can see that's holding the mic there, he's the voice. If you go to Edinburgh Castle, he's the voice that they use, and he looks a little bit like Sean Connery, but he had the most golden voice. He really did. And anyway, he's passed away now. He's from out west.
Legend from Howick. Legend from Howick. There you are, a little something to represent all those years of wonderful work in saving the community. As the whole three of them this afternoon have been remarkable stories of commitment to the public and to the people of Auckland. And so I thank you personally.
Thank you.
And I thank Councillor Darby, and we miss Councillor. I'm so sorry that you've got a sore knee out there, Councillor Dalton, but I hope it's better. Kind of brings the 3 years to a close, and I wish all of you well. I want to have a special thanks to my Deputy Mayor who's been saying nice things about me, which is balancing some of the things that competitive and others have said. But there you go. Some of us are going to be retiring, and either you or I will be, but we don't know those things, so can't make any speeches about that.
No.
I've enjoyed leading this group, and I've enjoyed having you part of it, and it was a pity that you and I had that.
different, Simon.
Oh, and I didn't realise that Simon...
We're going to get a photo together. Okay?
I had no idea Simon was retiring after 3 years training him properly, and what a bloody waste.
But listen, before we finish, Alf, would you like to just, can he just say just a 2-minute thing?
Well, hang on.
About your brother?
Oh, okay, we'll do that. Formal stuff, Alf, is that we've got to move and receive these. I will move, and the Deputy Mayor will receive these wonderful speeches, and then Alf, you can come around and dedicate the evening. But all those in favour of, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, thank you very much, everybody, and come around, Alf.
Kia ora koutou and talofa. Look, the reason I'm up here is that unbeknown to both Sharon and I, many years ago I found out that, and that's when Sharon's brother passed over in Australia, and I only found out that he was very, very good friends to my late brother. So that connection has always been there, and I remember talking to Sharon say, yeah, look, that connection will always be there, my friends. And like I said, that's the reason why I mentioned my late brother, because her brother and my late brother were very good friends in Australia and Sydney. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Olsen was a really, really good friend of my brother Johnny's. And in fact, when at the funeral over in Sydney, Olsen actually put his New Zealand jersey in my brother's coffin. And, you know, it was just, you know, and your nephews and, you know, they were just so wonderful. So we hadn't realised we had that connection, but,
Until I found out.
Yeah.
And just one last thing, just to sort of, from a humorous perspective, I was talking to Andy Baker when we saw the films of the Scottish people. I now find out that that's where my whakapapa is Scotland, because of my ear. Thank you.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end of 3 years, and we all... Yeah, from... and that's probably where you all got all those violent things about slinging people under buses and things from foreign guns and Howick. So from darkest Howick to the brightest part of the city, thank you, everybody, and I'll close the meeting formally. Cheers.
Just public service announcement. So there's some hospitality just to mark the occasion downstairs in the old council chambers.